Hello, and welcome, everybody. Welcome back to more of the free trial completionist playthrough. Let me start off right away with music. I really ought to just get that going even before it starts, so it can just be there when we... There we go, turn that on. What's the audio level on that look like? I should turn that down a bit. Too bad there. That'll probably work. Alright. We are back. We are pushing on even further with the MSQ. We are into the Churning Mist, which means today is all about playing with Kupo, Poms, the friggin' Moogle Poms, and oh yeah, a meeting with dragons as well, and probably fighting dragons and big story developments. But Moogle Poms, that's what really matters. Off-stream stuff for this week. The Square Enix, whatever, went live with the Make It Rain campaign, which is happening right now, which has a small event storyline, which gives a triple triad card and a new emote that can be done in, 15, 20 minutes, depending on how fast you run through it, really. And the Make It Raid campaign also means that you're earning plus 50% on all MGP gains. So you're earning more gold saucer money during the whole Make It Rain campaign, which is live till June 11th, I think. So a couple weeks, at least. 2 or 3 weeks. But with the Make It Rain campaign live, it was a good time for me to start doing stuff to get MGP, because I have MGP bonuses. Plus, I do have Gold Saucer VIP cards, which increase your MGP gain by an extra 15% additive. So I can actually get 65% bonus MGP on a lot of things right now. There is an optimal way to get MGP, some of which I can do, some of which I can't, which is mostly do your daily mini cacpot, do your weeklies, the jumbo cacpot and the fashion report, and then do your challenge log, which is a little bit of everything. The challenge log has a little bit of like chocobo racing and triple triad playing and Lord of Verminion and gates and mahjong. It has a little bit of everything, and the challenge log rewards each week can get you a lot of MGP, and you also do get an extra 50% off that. So that's kind of like the optimal way to do it. Do the dailies, do the weeklies, do the challenge log to gain a ton of MGP. I think doing well in the fashion report can get you like 85,000. I think that's with the bonus. Normally you get like 60, right? I think that's with the bonus from the Make It Rain campaign. And then I think someone recently looked at like all the stuff in the challenge log and said you can get another like 80k in a week by doing the challenge log completely for the gold saucer each week. Which really just requires a little bit of everything that you can do in the gold saucer. And isn't too difficult, but it'll probably take you a couple of hours to go through all the stuff each week. But that's like the optimal way to do it. The other way is, oh, the Make It Rain campaign is live. Well, that's a good excuse for me to go do something. And that's what I did. Off stream, what I did was use the fact that Make It Rain campaign was active as an excuse to go start something I'd been sort of holding back on for a while and hadn't really gotten around to, which is chocobos. If you pay attention, this is a pedigree 2. What the hell does that mean, says anyone who's never done anything with chocobos. That means it's my second chocobo. He's rank 1, but he's my second chocobo. I used the Make It Rain campaign being live as an excuse to go and fully race my first chocobo up to rank 40, retire her, breed her with a grade 9, and get myself a second chocobo. So, it means your chocobo... it means your chocobo fucks, yep. Yeah. Technically, I think it means his mom fucked, but yes, it does. And this one is also gonna fuck. Dragon Lord here. I love it. That is a full-on randomized name, by the way. I did not come up with that myself. I was hitting the random button over and over, and it gave me Dragon Lord eventually. I'm like, yep, sticking with that one, that's for sure. So, it's great that Baron's here because his Dragon Lord's mother, Berengrun, if you remember the weird name that I had for the previous one, Berengrun, has retired and she is out to the, well, I don't know if you would call it a stud farm because she's the dam, not the sire. So I don't know what you would call her. Dam, I guess. But whatever. So I got Choco Dash 3 as the hereditary skill. That's great. That's a good one to get. I got pretty good stats across the board. I definitely want to, when I end up breeding Dragon Lord, I want to make sure that the G9 female that I purchased the breeding rights for gets a big speed bonus. I want that. Even if I have to buy multiple G9 female covering permissions, I want to make sure to get one that has a big speed bonus. Hi, Baron. Oh, hey there, Baron. Because that's going to be one of the things I really like. For anyone who doesn't know, like, really, really minimal, super simple. There's a lot of things to know about chocobo racing and breeding, but like on the very simplest terms, speed and stamina are your two most important stats, fucking bar none. Speed and stamina are your two most important stats. Endurance is a pretty close second behind those. Cunning comes a bit behind that, and acceleration is kind of like the last important thing. Acceleration is how fast can I go from 0 to max, right? Is your acceleration. And it's kind of the least important thing because you'll often use other things to sort of boost you. Or if you have high enough stamina and endurance, you may just be holding W down the whole race from start to finish and not care. So it's like you don't really need a lot of acceleration. And cunning is like how fast do you lane change? Cunning is like your lane change. Like when you're moving left or right, or when you're turning corners in the track, cunning determines like how fast you're able to do that. That's the one thing a lot of people don't know. I know newbies like, see, I didn't know any of this stuff, but like, even if you knew most of what else I was talking about, most people don't know what cunning does. And cunning is how fast do you move between the lanes and how fast do you take turns. So it's really not all that important, but it is slightly more important than acceleration. You've never done a chocobo race. You need to actually win 10 chocobo races for the weekly challenge log. So if I do want to keep up with the challenge log while the Make It Rain event is live, I'm going to need to be doing more chocobo races, which is fine. I want to do more of this while I have a chance. But yeah, max speed and stamina, followed by endurance, followed by cunning, like very far behind that, and then acceleration, like very much the last thing. If you can get acceleration, go for it, but don't bother getting acceleration over anything else. Chocobo racing is fun. It's like Mario Kart. Kinda. Except that you don't handle the turns. You only really handle lane chains. Your chocobo will automatically handle, like, your chocobo racing is on rails. Your chocobo will handle the actual circuit. You just handle, like, lane changes and getting boxes and activating skills and stuff. Just don't care for it. It gives you FF7 PTSD. So yes, I fully ran my first chocobo from rank 1 to 40. I retired her, bred her, and now I have a rank 2. And I'm probably going to keep doing that off stream while the Make It Rain is going on. Not rushing to get Dragon Lord to rank 40 and retire him and get a pedigree 3, then 4, then 5. I need to get to pedigree 9 eventually, but I'll probably just do the 10 victories for the challenge log each week that the event is going on. That will probably mean by the end of the event, I might have Dragon Lord at rank 40 and be ready to retire him, but I don't know that for sure. We'll see. But yeah, then I just need to buy Because when you buy the covering permissions, all of the stats are like randomized. It's almost kind of like opening a loot box in a way. You buy a covering permission, you don't know anything about it, and then you look at the actual covering permission itself. I don't have a covering permission, but I do have my retired Chocobo registration here. So if I put it over here, you guys can actually see the stats, right? Like, you can see what her grade was, what her ability was, color, breeding capacity. When you retire a Chocobo, you can breed them 10 times, but if you buy a covering permission, you can only breed them once. Because you're, like, buying the breeding rights to that Chocobo for one chance. And then it's, like, her pedigree, so that's basically what her father and mother's stats were. And since this was my very first Chocobo, it's just 2 across the board, right? Like, she had 2 in every stat. That's what your first Chocobo always starts out as. And, so all of this stuff is basically randomized when you buy the covering permission for another Chocobo. Now, there's grade 1 through grade 9, and buying a grade 9, if you have the MGP for it, is definitely worth it, because grade 9s have a chance at better skills, better stats. They have higher pedigree, but that doesn't matter, because your pedigree only goes up by 1 each time. Water the thirsty little potato. So I'm probably never going to need to breed this one again, which means I could probably just discard this, but I have room for it, so I'm going to hold on to it till I know for sure. And, yeah, so when I go to buy the covering permissions for the next breeding session, I will basically just buy them over and over again until I get one that has, like, probably a 4 in speed. Like, I'll just keep buying G9 female covering permissions until I get one, crack one open that has, like, a 4 in speed, so that I can have a chance to have my next generation speed bumped up higher. And that increases your maximum, too. See, it increases, because this is base. I have trained this one. I don't remember what I trained it with. I think I trained it with speed, because that should have started at 15. Yeah, see? So each of these that have the 2s are starting at... Oh, no, they should have 3s, probably. No, they're 2s. Interesting. Okay, so the 2s start at 15 and go up to 140 max. But see, Endurance had a much higher stat. Endurance is 4, in fact. So it actually starts higher, and it can go to a higher max. So, like, getting a... It's good because it starts you off with a nice bonus, but then you can also increase higher, which is very nice. And the training sessions are you just get 1 session for every rank. Every time you rank your Chocobo up, you gain 1 session. And then you can give them grade 1, 2, or 3 feed, which each increases it by 1%, 2%, or 3% the stat. Right? So, grade 3 feed's the best, but it's a waste of MGP to be using grade 3 feed on these early pedigrees. It's just not worth it. The only real thing you're trying to do with these early pedigrees is race them to rank 40, retire them, and breed them. So it's not really worth buying the high grade 3 feed for MGP when you can buy grade 1 feed with just Gil. And that's enough to sort of keep up with the races long enough to get yourself to rank 40. But yes, there is a whole slew of things to learn about Chocobo racing. I actually think I have a guide for all skill levels. Yes, I do. There's the one that I've been using, which is like years and years old, but they haven't touched Chocobo racing for so many years that it doesn't really matter. But like, all the information is basically still good. The important things are you need a pedigree 9 for an achievement, and you need a rating, an overall racing capacity rating of 285 for an achievement. You can hit 285 with like a pedigree 7 or 8 if you have a lot of stars in your skills. But generally people will go all the way to pedigree 9 because you need one anyway. Yeah. Just dozing off, Baron. Generally, people will go to pedigree 9 because you need one of those anyway, and it's the best Chocobo you can get as a pedigree 9 anyway, and then just get as many stars, and then it's, like, you're gonna hit 285. If you're going to pedigree 9 and you're trying to, like, min-max your Chocobo, along the way, you're going to hit 285 easily. But that's what I've been doing. Oh, and then I've also been playing some Triple Triad, which I freaking hate. But, oh well. It's part of the weekly challenge log. I was doing it just to get cards from the people in... yeah. I was doing it just to get cards from the people in the Gold Saucer that I didn't already have. But then I realized part of the challenge log is that you have to win matches inside the battle hall, which is here. You have to actually load into this duty, which takes you into the battle hall where you can play other players and some NPCs. And it turns out there's actually a very, very weak, very basic player, NPC player in the battle hall that's like super easy to win against. So you could just like play her like 3, 10, something like that. You can knock out like all of your weekly triple triads by just playing her 10 times. She's really easy to beat, doesn't give you much MGP, but who cares? You're just trying to complete the challenge log anyway. And it's like, I think her nickname is like Green Hand or something like that. And you play her like 10 times and you're done with all your weeklies for triple triad. And you'll basically win every time. Alright. All of that to say off stream I did Make It Rain and a bunch of MGP stuff. I might even touch Lord of Verminion and Mahjong a little bit. Between now and next stream. Because I kind of wanted to like dedicate episodes to them, but I could probably at least start them like the first challenges once or twice, because there's weeklies for those as well that I should probably be doing for MGP. Anywho, we got more important stuff to do today. Lots of MSQ to get through. I've got a whole zone to get through. I got Moogles to play with. I got dragons to harass. And I got goofy little elf boys to bully. So let's go. Beyond the clouds, and I'm up to level 53. I'm probably going to wait until I have most of the Heavensward zones unlocked before I bother crafting any more gear. Oh, maybe I should be making a couple of crafting improvements as I go, though. Just to make sure my stats are sort of keeping up with where they'll need to be to craft the later gear. Anyway. Mountain, there remains the problem of finding Race Velga himself. I know where he is. Kill it! Burn it with fire! Destroy it! Destroy it now! What kind of creature is that? Never seen a Moogle before? Like, I'm the destroyer of worlds, Kupo! Sorry. I just love saying the most, like, heinous stuff followed by Kupo, because it's hilarious to me. Is that a Moogle? It's like, yup. It was tiny and furry and very flammable. Not sure why I said that last one. Just felt important. Only dwelled within 12, so certainly would have never expected to see you out of the turning this. Oh, whoop, nope. Crap, pressed the wrong button. Sorry about that, guys. I ran an ad I didn't mean to run. That was dumb of me. I probably shouldn't have those buttons so close in OBS, should I? Surprise ad! Yep. And a 3-minute one as well. It's like, I probably shouldn't put those buttons right next to each other in OBS. We know where Ace Vilgar makes his lair. Quickly now, before we lose the creature completely. Chasing Moogles. I still love just how aggressively the Dark Knight hates Moogles. Is hilarious to me. Getting at what? Yeah. exactly. Like, I love that the Moogles delight in tormenting the Dark Knight, and he just, like, hates the, like, I'm gonna kill those stupid things. Hey, nerd. We must widen our search. Oh, sightseeing point. I don't know that I can even get to that one without flight, though. An alpha. I don't think I can make that. Oh no, I'm supposed to come at it from the other. No, because this it's higher on that side, so I don't think I can make it from there either. Nope. Maybe you could have made that. All the sightseeing. I've done all of it. Uh-huh. Baron says with the 1,000-yard stare meme. I've done all of it. I've seen sights you can't even imagine. Okay, I think I only need to check one. I did the ARR sightseeing. No one should have to do that. Yup. Uh-huh. Oh, man. I think I only need to check one, and I think it's this one. All you get for it is a tropical pain. God. Well, it's the first time I've ever laid eyes on one. They are rather adorable, aren't they? Great. Can I not find a creature adorable? Where's that really made of ice? Oh, God. They are rather adorable. Nope, I have to actually check all three. Okay. Oh, no, it's not all three. It's just the destinations, then. Question the naming scheme of the Stormblood monk armor. Pacifists, excuse me? Yeah, that does seem kind of wrongly named. No sign of a Moogle in the area. Getting the dyeable version of it? Are you certain it wasn't a trick of the light? Maybe it was simply one of these strange plants shifting in a breeze. You like my Viper glam? I made it yesterday. It looked good. We'll flee in this direction. He could seal himself with magic. Yes, yes, he could. They very much could. Mountaintop diplomacy. Time for Kane Senna to break out the climbing gear. And of one of the local Moogles, I'm certain Racefelger would not elude us for long. Since Princess Dragon only identified Nidhogg's with any certainty, we could wander the mists for days and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. Kupo! Doobie. Days we cannot well afford to squander. Should we divide our forces then? Question any dragons whom you judge it safe to approach. Once the Nidhogg's rage will render most of the Dravanians in the area deaf to reason. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, though. A lot of dragons are like generic enemies in this zone, which means that even long after Heavensward is finished, a lot of dragons in this area just never see reason again, supposedly, because they remain enemies in this zone. Kupo. Seriously, every time I hear it, I just want to say the most messed up stuff. It just is hilarious to me. Angry dragons are only fit for glamour. It's just hilarious to me the idea of saying the most like messed up things like a freaking Moogle and just ending it with Kupo. Like, my wife left me and took the kids, Kupo. The only comfort I have is the bottom of the bottle, Kupo. Sorry. It's so bad. I don't believe in human rights, Kupo. Exactly. They're only 2/3 of a real human, Kupo. Or no, 3/5 of a real human, Kupo. Jesus Christ. So bad. Oh my god, man. So messed up. The idea of like horrible bigoted Moogles. I need a Gridania. I need to petition the aid of the Moogles kin in the 12's wood. I'm not going to say the thing I wanted to. I'll be cancelled. I mean, I probably could have been cancelled for that last one, so. Is this a Moggle? I dare say they will be glad to help us. No need of me, I shall remain here. Since both the loss of his consort and the coming of the eye, and his attention is firmly fixed in this direction. Do what I can to hold his gaze in the hope that it might delay any action against Ishgard. Down here and rendezvous at the Nofaga's altar. Aetherite of ancient construction here, which should make the return journey rather less arduous. I mean, yes, I noticed that. Thank you. Oh, yes. I need to remember to snag a couple of screenshots here and there. I don't really love that being there, though. I think I can get rid of it if I G-pose this. Oh, wait, I need to. No? The destination sparkles are not considered object effects or whatever? That's crazy. Hmm. Had to make a now rare cameo since I've returned to my home. Okay, I guess I'll just wait until that's gone. Or can I get rid of it by accessing it? No, can't. Okay, I'll just wait till that's gone. Oh, but by the time that's gone, the freaking king will be sitting there, and I really didn't want him in the... I guess I could have him in the picture. That'll be fine. Alright. I've already snagged the aetherite here, but where's the 72 to the east? Ah, it's up there. I can go grab that. I could have waited and grabbed that later, but oh well. No. Oh, here, there. There we go. Okay. Just need to pop the ether compass every so often to make sure I'm paying attention to the area around me. Because they're pretty much always on the critical path, but they're pretty much always about 50 yalms to the side of the critical path, so you'll often miss them if you're not paying attention. Back to Gridania! Come on. Come on. All this teleporting around. Man, loading into the gold saucer is kind of a nightmare with the Make It Rain event going on. Every time I need to change zones in the gold saucer, it's like, here's a 1.5-minute long loading screen. Alfie, there you are. Arriving Gradadia, pleased to report that she has agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us contact holes with Moogles, it's she. To the Lotus Stand. Why, hello there. Admiral spoke of having met with you. It's no less a relief to see you safe and home. Okay. Yes, we have to deal with Moogles. Come help us deal with Moogles. We're solely to express our gratitude, but we're here for another thing. The comings and goings. Wisdom in a matter that may finally bring an end to the Dragon Song War. That's still a little early to be assuming that. I mean, I know we do, but it's still a little early to be assuming that. Means to contact these Moogles of the Churning Mists. I say Kupo. Whatever, buddy. We owe the pleasure of your company, Kublai. Some fruit, and I'm jolly glad I did. Tell me more about these Moogles in the sky. Countered a Moogle high in the clouds of Dravania and had hoped that you and your kin in the Twelveswood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Mistake, there are legends, are there not, which speak of Moogles who dwelled beyond the clouds? Why, yes. It's almost like Moggle Mog might have just been some big-ass dude who, like, held a rope while a bunch of Moogles climbed down from the churning mists to the ground below. Although supposedly the rumors for the churning mists were a long time ago. Oh, you know what? That would make sense. The churning mists must have been up there for a long time. Because it's the dragon's home. I remember mention of the fact that Eastern Kurthus, it would have been Kurthus East, is like no longer Kurthus East because the calamity screwed up the gravitational like field of the area, so a bunch of the land masses from Kurthus East are now like floating in the sky. And part of me thinks that some of that might be the Sea of Clouds, but even that must be older than the calamity because the Gundu and the Vundu are up there. And I assume they've been up there a long time. So even that's probably not entirely just like Kurthus East. So that's the thing. I don't know that we ever see Kurthus East. Because I know the gravity is messed up there. I know there's like islands in the sky where Kurthus East used to be. But I don't know if like are some of those the Sea of Clouds? Or some of those the Churning Mists? Are they neither of the above? What are they? Because like the fact that there are pre-existing like tribes of creatures living there makes me think neither of those zones are actually from Kurthus East, because that would have been at the Calamity. That would have been like 5 years. I don't think the Gundu and Vundu have only been set up there for 5 years. And I also don't think the Gundu and the Vundu would have been tribes in Kurthus East. They would have been in the clouds because that's where they live, is in the clouds. So I don't think any of those islands they're living on are new. Same with the dragons. I don't think any of the islands the dragons are living on are new. Mog the 12th. Revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape the world to the world below. Ignoring the more fanciful aspects of the tale, may well be that Kupo's ancestors hailed from the churning mist. How long his kin have resided in the Twelves would, perfectly possible, the details of their history have faded into myth. It's like that the Moogles of the churning mist tell similar tales of the world below. Imagine why the one you encountered fled at your approach. I don't even know that the one we encountered saw us. He literally just, like, flew off. I don't think it ever once looked at us. Fleeing such in nature to us, we often hide when the larger races come tramping through the forest. Well, there's one Moogle, there's bound to be more. Decided to take a trip to the clouds. They surely won't be afraid to talk to me. Cool, let's go then. Thought of venturing outside the Twelves Wood is a bit unsettling. I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins. I too will accompany you on this venture. Yes, I'd love to see you scaling the cliff sides. Voice to your cause, an ambassador of Gridania. Good luck keeping her safe, you nerds. Nation turn the silence of the seventh dawn in its hour of need. How often have we asked the warrior of light to risk his life to save our own? Plenty of times. I never expected you to ever try and pay that back, though. They refused us. Thus do I choose. Ah. This day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm. Is this not just? She's like, just shut up and do your jobs, people. Be honored by your presence. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let's go. Alright, Alf, let's go. Pray return to the wake at the summit. Inform our companions of these developments. As her guide, it being a path I've already trodden, I do not anticipate any great difficulties. We shall have the Elder Ceasier's personal guard to escort us. Yeah, going through Somol will be a lot easier with, like, 8 people rather than 4. Plus, theoretically, they wouldn't even have to fight any of the bosses, because we already killed all of them. Ah. Ah, fresh bottle of water. Alright. What's our achievements in the current area? I imagine mapping and a couple of fates and ether current. Yep. Mapping and ether current will do today. Fates are always a bit of a pain to try and sort out. Because it's usually not as easy as, yeah, they come up all the time. You usually have to position them right. Or time them right, or whatever. Nope, can't make it. Okay, just wait till I get flying then. Hello, Estinian. The dog is not stirred, but he watches us unblinking. I mean, that's the point, right? Elder Seedseer herself answers your call, and there's naught to do but wait. report that our journey was mercifully uneventful, devoid as the road was of Dravanians. Seemed the dragons have abandoned Somol for the turning mists. Oh, yeah, when you slaughter kind of one of, like, their queens or whatever, they'll do that. Sarstinian Ishgar's Azur Dragoon. Orders extraordinary skill and courage. Yep. Feel only right to inform you that we are not alone. The Moogles are all around us even as we speak. Imagine they're more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. We have now been an opportune moment to introduce ourselves. Plus the new weird Moogle that came with you, I'm sure they're interested in as well. This should serve. Hiding, of course, but there's so many of them. Uh-huh. Our companions have braved the long road from the Twelves Wood to share words with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we bring an offering of light and wind. Goofy Moogle. Gentle and pleasing glow, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Kupo Cop, ambassador of the 12's Wood Moogles. Moogle from the world below. Your hide is of a different hue. That palm is unmistakable. Surprised to learn of your existence here amongst the clouds. Well, they didn't startle you over much in their eagerness to make your acquaintance. How can I imagine your wariness, told that men have not walked here in nigh on 1,000 winters? Forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave matter which first brought them into your midst. Crave an audience with the great worm race Velgar. They might negotiate an end to the war twixt man and dragon. Into war, you say? But a peace shines brightly within your soul. Cannot be said of your friends to be plain who did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind. 1,000 years. Well, not only because of that. We hid because we smelled dragon blood. Yes, there is that, of course. Especially on this guy. They're home to many, many dragons. See, such race Felger. Many others crave the opposite. Worried that the presence of your blood-spattered warrior friends will attract the attention of the nastier kind. Just a moment, nobody here may have doled out the odd thrashing or two, but it's always been for a really good reason. Thanks, Goobla Cop. Champion of the 12's Wood Moogles. All that here is good name slandered. Let's not ruffle each other's variety. Of course, take your testimony into consideration. We not take this opportunity to learn more of each other. Yep, sure, let's do that. A bunch of stupid side quests for the Moogles. In the interest of fostering friendship and keeping an eye on you, I extend to you the hospitality of Mog Home. Prove yourselves worthy of assistance. I shall be watching you, doing a bunch of literal fetch quests for my lazy Moogles. Because the king is also very lazy, so it's like, yeah, sure, they'll go do errands for us. Alright. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll probably end up with a shot of, like, Zenith or something, but I'm getting a couple here just in case I decide to use the Moogles. Or use Mog Home in the, like, pictures. And down below, do all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. Was it Kupo called you again? Your names are as odd as your appearance. You ever considered a nice Moogle name? Moglin is taken, by the way. As are Mogon, Mogmug, and Mogwin. These being the names of the three wise Moogles who administer the momentous challenge. Actually, monotonous would have been a better word for that. That I have devised to measure your worth. Call them the trials of trustworthiness. We shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid. Mogon. Foremost alchemist in Mog Home, if you must know. Your tummy's gloopy or your wings are droopy. I have a potion to fix it. What if I didn't keep running out of ingredients? You're here to do my trial. Yes, go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. Sure. Yep. Here to do my trial. So bad. Freaking Moogles. Just to have you doing the errands for them. Art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogho who can match my talent with a brush. Trust no one to create art that will satisfy me. Charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. Ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it! A pebble painted with such vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mog Home. Is she secretly waiting to pet Moogles? So exceedingly fluffy. Yes, she is. I swore I remembered that, where she's like too embarrassed to actually walk up to them, but desperately wants to pet them. Speed of the Mogmug. Fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon. Take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. Fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Find these ardent archaeosaurs and slap some manners into them. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. Alright, let's start questioning the masses for this stupid painted rock. His masterpiece. He must be that paint-smeared mess of a pebble. Seen it recently, a fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. Yeah, I like it. Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece. Oh, happy day! Swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Who has 4 Kupo nuts just lying about to spend on such luxuries? Just but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to Somal's summit from time to time. Maybe he left it up there. You mean up here? Yes, maybe. Do I have to talk to someone first, or is it just up top? No. It's around here. I think I do have to go back down. Yep, have to talk to Mogwin first. That you're a terrible artist. Oh, you also probably left it upstairs while leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. Second part of your trial commences. Go and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone. Idiot. I think I need to go out the backside and all the way up to the top. I mean, that's what they said he was doing anyway, so I may as well try. If not, I can always just hop off to get back to the other side of Mogholm. Well, he is somewhere. Come now. Yep. Around here somewhere? What is this weather condition? Umbral static. Huh. Up here? Yes, up here. Up around here somewhere. Luckily, I have the power of quest trackers. The ancient power of perfect navigation of the Warrior of Light. Quest markers. Moogle masterpiece. Since we're already outside, let me go finish these other ones, too. And we could turn them all in at once. Grab some Cloud's Breath. I have to beat up these morons. I won't even bother summoning my Chocobo. I could. I won't bother. Irate Archeosaurs. Oh, access to Archeosaur hides, so that'll be nice. Oh, great, a new one. Probably should have saved my chain stratagem for this. We done? Where's that last Cloud's Breath? We're here? 526 northwest. Yeah, that puts it over near the settlement. Okay. Oh, I'm way out of the area now. Crap, where is this Cloud's Breath? Could it be all the way up top? Oh, maybe. There is a way to get up there. I didn't notice that before. Yep, there it is. Done. I'm done with all your stupid trials. You know what? I'm feeling extra lazy today. Let's go ahead and teleport like 100 yawns. All the little Moogles running around now. So that's a repair. That one's a merchant, but that's like nothing I'm gonna buy here. You know, I should probably make myself 50 sets for most of my other jobs that are 50. So they have like the best eye level craftable eye level 50 sets rather than whatever they happen to be using at the time. Still can't reach it. I keep trying each time, but I just can't. But it's close enough that it feels like it might be possible, but I'm just not getting it. Is my masterpiece safe? Moogle masterpiece. Exchange my art for those delectable Kupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of this valorous deed. Mug, I went and beat up frickin' dinosaurs for ya. Humble my Dravanian devotees. As capable as I am captivating. My precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. They have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration. Oh, he has other quests? Oh, well. Morgan. Cloud's Breath. I do need it urgently. Here you go. Here's your Cloud's Breath. Perfect. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. How are you feeling, sir? Should you ever feel your palm losing its bounce, then I'm your Moogle. I would have a palm. Completed the trials of trustworthiness. Return to Moglin and await his judgment. Moglin's judgment. That is what you insist on calling yourself. You have completed your trials of trustworthiness by the taskmasters Mugan, Mug, and Mogwind. The grueling tests of character. I closely observed your conduct as well as that of your companions. I have decided, gather your friends before me now so that I need not repeat myself needlessly. Oh, I already have a ether current quest. Are these trials over? I like that even Alpha's like, are these quote-unquote trials over? I go, your trials. I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to chastise the local dragon populace. Do not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Yup. Contradictions are aside, our host seemed entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Moogle warrior of Eld, who also favored such attacks. Just Mog. It's meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a caracal lamb. It's less a dragoon. Oh my god, I like not this place. All of the ultra-serious idiots from Ishgard who are always like, God, I hate Moogles. My thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Mogglmog the 12th and his seat in the heavens. But no more than a myth, a story for younglings that grew at the telling. Every passing moment I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. Yep. Become such friends, Kupo. My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Yep, of course they do. Finally come to a decision, has he? I suppose I better flutter over and see him then. Sorcery is this, that my heart should stir at a mere fluffiness. So, I was... No matter, what is it? Chieftain Bogland has made his decision. Let us not keep him waiting then. This sounds just... Oh, it's so fluffy. It's so fluffy, I'm gonna die! The Bathing Bully. Bathe in the waters northeast, of course not. Because a gang of burly Hopkins has been attacking any who goes near them. You're kind enough to slay a few. That might scare them away, giving me time for a dip in the waters. Okay. I'll get around to that eventually. Where have I seen such determined workers? It would have taken us moons to complete all those dreary chores and niggling errands. Oh my god. It just admits their errands right to our faces. Our labors prove the purity of our intentions. What? Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. Uh-huh. There was never really all that much doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with a fellow Moogle. See, before any meeting with Racevelger could take place, certain preparations need to be made. What better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Kupo? You probably shouldn't have admitted that openly. Like, we all knew, but you shouldn't have said it. Stinian is like, you guys want to see a jump? I'll show you a jump, Moogles. The horn. Bring out the horn quickly now. Blow this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the great worm. Yeah, we haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think Mogon may have sat on it. So he needed some time for cleaning and polishing and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. Thanks to the noble gift, we should finally have a chance to plead our case to Racevelger. Very possibly, yes, but I wouldn't get my hopes up too high. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, yeah, well. Quite certain the Racevelger will welcome our overtures. Yeah, she's so full of confidence because of her own delusions. Thinking herself like his consort reincarnated or whatever. It's like, no, you're not. And he thinks you're an idiot. Should we ever arrive at his lair? Come, we have squandered enough time already. We must soon take our leave. I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new sprung friendship betwixt earth and sky. Of course, visit us whenever you want. Consider Montcalm your home amongst the clouds. Oh god, the Moogles. Bye-bye! I'll be seeing you guys later. There is a whole more, like, real trial that you have to go through later with the Moogles, with Racevelger. But that's not till much later. Like, just before the end of 3.0. I think it's before the end of 3.0. I don't think that's in the post-Heavensward stuff. Should be the end of 3... No. Yes. Near the end of 3.0. No, that would be in post-Heavensward. Yeah, that would be in post-Heavensward. That'd be 3.3, maybe? Doubt I would have ever found time for all those rotten chores. It wasn't my idea. If the chieftain spent a little less time sitting about, a little more time chieftaining, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. Now the errands are done, the horn is fixed, all's well that ends well, eh, Kupo? Leaving Mog home. Oh, we're up to 54 in the MSQ now. Cool. You'll be on your way. I mentioned your friend was looking for you. If not, Alphado is looking for you. You're waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart. Cool, great, whatever. I think that covers everything I need to do here. Slaying the Ropkins is further out, right? Oh, where the hell are they? Oh, they're over there. Supper time. What were the fate achievements? Dark Scale Devoureth and Vedofulnir Devoteth. Vedofulnir? That's interesting. Vedofulnir is the name of the one you interact with in Stormblood. But that may be the one that was here. There's two dragons in the storyline of Stormblood. The Dragoon, I think it is, storyline of Stormblood. One's Vedofulnir, and the other one is Vedofulnir's, like, mate. Or whatever. And so I think you go with a dragon from here over to the Azam Steppe to, like, find their mate. Or something like that. Is the Dragoon storyline. And so Vedofulnir is one of them. It might be the one that's here, then. Vedofulnir Devoteth. Okay. Not that I expect either of these to show up anytime while I'm here. The reason why they're so... like, these are fate achievements is because they're usually pretty rare to show up, and oftentimes they have other requirements, like you have to complete a fate chain, or you have to do certain things to make the fate spawn at all. So it's very unlikely that I'm just going to stumble on it, but it's possible. Side knowledge, we have all we need for our trip to Zenith. Sierra and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. Remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude to them. Okay, sure, go talk to Connor. Not him. Or him. You. Only thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Of your pioneering experience, the existence of these Moogles might never have been revealed to us. Yeah, we wouldn't have to run a bunch of stupid errands for a bunch of lazy Moogles. Oh god, what would we do with ourselves if that weren't the case? Not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. Your presence that ultimately won us their trust. They had great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelves would, and we are exceedingly glad that you did. We made so many new friends and have so many fantastic tales to tell like Kinsmoogles back home. So return me ever walk in the light of the crystal. Yep, sure. I am starting to walk in the light of the crystal again. Not that her blessing ever left me, but I'm finally starting to reawake the other crystals. Two must be on our way. Resvagar waits. Right, attend closely to your companion, Sir Astinian, beneath that stoical facade. Storm of anguish seasons. Yeah, I know, he's carrying one of the most cursed relics imaginable. I know, believe me. I mean, I haven't gone through the Dragoon storyline yet, but he already lost control. Like, the idea that he's gonna lose control as being a surprise in Heavensward is so stupid, because, like, if you've done the ARR Dragoon storyline, you already saw him completely lose control. Oh. Okay, that way. Wrong direction, idiot. Moggy. Hello, Mogon. Said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Kupo, though we are indeed ready to go. The road to Zenith. Chieftain Moglin has explained the shiny instrument we gave you is best means of grabbing Race Velger's attention. Come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. You need to make for Asa. Oh, watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing I say, Kupo. Maybe that should have been the first thing. Okay. So it's just this one extra ether current quest here. Given the direction of the ether compass and the range, I'm thinking that the next ether current is probably in Asa somewhere. So I shouldn't have to worry about it on the road till I get there. Gazing fearfully at the road to Asa. Anything of heading towards Asa, you best watch yourself if you are. Archaeosaurs stalk the road looking for an easy meal. Okay, so kill Archaeosaurs. Again. Seem the type for dragon hunting. Why you slay 3 of the Archaeosaurs and open the road back up for Moogle traffic? Then let Mogmont and Asa know. I do love that we get here and they're like, you stink of dragon blood. And then the very first missions they give us are, go beat up dragons. Go kill some dragons. Like, first we had to beat up some Archaeosaurs, and now he's telling us to straight up kill some Archaeosaurs to clear the roads again. It's just like, would you guys make up your minds, please? There's some Archaeosaurs right up there, so I could probably snag them. Went around through. Oh no, those are the Ropkins. Haha! I can get you from there. Got his attention. Really? Okay, fine. Take one more. Can't really get up there. So let's just keep moving. We'll see if I can snag myself a Ropkin somewhere around. Is that a fate? Yeah, that's a fate. I don't really want to deal with them on a fate. I don't want to. Not that it'd probably matter all that much, me having to level sync down. It'd make me a little easier to damage, I guess, and a little lower health. But realistically, like, again, I'm eye level locked by my gear, so I'm really not. I am level 70, but I'm really not all that much stronger than this zone allows, because I'm eye level locked by my gear. Make up your minds, idiots. Use the abilities at the same time. Oh, they're actually dealing a bit of damage to me. I mean, it's not going to be enough to kill me, but they are dealing some. There we go. That takes care of the Ropkins. And then... what is this? No, these Archaeosaurs are part of this quest, this fate, and I don't really want to deal with that. Alright. Let's just press on towards Asa. I'll run into some more Archaeosaurs along the road. Again, I'd probably be fine level syncing to that fate. It really probably wouldn't change my stats all that much anyway. But honestly, I'd just rather not. Huh. Heading along the road. On the road again. Just can't wait to be off the road again. Give me that free bird. I Mist blasts. Are you? Yeah, this is a good time for me to fight. Like 0 health. Okay, let's just do this. It's like, cool, so you guys can do AoEs. Who cares? That lightning sprite is just wandering right into this fight. Leave it alone, lightning sprite. You don't want to be here. Oh, is that... Oh, no, that's... No, that's up. Okay. Okay. I should be able to hit some Archaeosaurs further along, I think. More goosh. I should check these fates. The nuts. Nope. Oh, but those are Archaeosaurs. Screw it. I may as well. Oh yeah, I'm back down to Ruin 1 again. So I may as well use... Actually, no. Art of War is even with Ruin 1, right? Oh no, 165. Art of War is better than Ruin 1. Great. Stupid. Gain on 1 is the dumbest thing imaginable. I'm not even fighting the Sanchini. I don't care. Except that this bastard can sit here and just poison the crap out of me forever. With an enhanced poison, too, just to be a pain in my ass. Oh well. Art of War is a gain on 1 anyway, so I may as well just AoE the crap out of this Archaeosaur, and if the Sanchini dies too, so be it. Okay, where's the other Archaeosaur I want? Like, if Sanchini wants to chase me, he could chase me, but I'm not fighting him. Let's make sure I pull just one. I don't want to pull both of them. Except he's heading straight... Why is that guy coming so close? Oh, come on, man. Far enough out that I unsynced from the fate? That's so stupid. Of course, the Sanchini got one last poison plus 1 in there. Why not? And I could Asuna it, but I don't care enough. I have my fairy, so it's really not strong enough to be a hassle to me anyway. Okay, that's good. Now I'm gonna leave that fate, because I don't care. Like, none of that was about actually doing the fate. It was just all about getting those Archaeosaurs, which I could have just fought these, but again... Level syncing for a fate probably changed my stats barely any. Double check. 227 to the north. Oh, that's not Asa. But I might have to go through Asa, because this may not actually lead anywhere. But let me open up this part of the map just to see. This may just be a dead end over here. No, I can go. Okay. I'll check then. Should be on the critical path, though. That might have been sort of on the path toward the Airy, but that seems like it'd be a little... Although, I guess it wouldn't matter, because it's just the zone it's in. Okay. So I think I was picking up one that they don't really expect you to Eh. Welcome back, Baron. So I think I was picking up one on my ether compass that they don't expect you to snag until later. What? Oh, come on, invisible walls. Okay, I'm way past this thing at this point. Where is it? 153 Southwest now. Like, I don't see it. Well, I'm like right on top of where it should be, but I don't see it. The hell is this thing? There it is. Yeah, that might have been one you're supposed to grab when you're on your way to the area then. But because of how this area is positioned out MSQ-wise with you kind of going back and forth across it, I'm picking them up a little early on the ether compass. 521 Southwest. That one will probably be in Asa. Can I... Oh, no, I really should go back around this way because I need to hit one more before I go to Asa. Yeah, that one really did feel like I was supposed to pick it up when I was heading towards the area. Huh, another fate? Whole food. So many friggin' fates, and they like all have archaeosaurs in them. Mogicide. Nuts. Woggle, woggle, woggle. A heck of a fate name there. There we go. Not even all that difficult. Bam! Bye, morons. Alright. Off to Asa. Am I snagging anything? Should be able to get a bunch of, like, dragon hide stuff now. That'd be interesting. Once I unlock flying here, I might unlock some decent gear. Again, I'm probably not going to bother. Like my Scholar, I don't know that I'll bother upgrading it as I go. I may wait till I unlock flight in most of the zones. So that I could just make like a 60 set. Longmont? Is this someone from below? How'd you get past the Archaeosaurs infesting the road? I killed them all. Slay them for him. It's just like him to depend on the kindness of strangers. Barely been able to venture outside of Asal for fear of being attacked. Thanks to you, the roads are just a little safer, Kupo. Ether current. Yep, there's the next static ether current right there. See, I knew I remembered one just like sitting in a saw. Mender and merchants. These were a bit bitey for a while there, but I think we've arrived at One Piece. I wonder what does the dragon's so awfully snappy. And the bad ones are always bad, but they see worse than usual. Gee, I wonder what it could possibly be. Couldn't possibly be that a bunch of murderers who killed his girlfriend are now climbing up through the frickin' his hometown. Waiting for the wind to change. Problem, when the winds are high like this, Racefelger invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. Try blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. Stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down. Boop. I don't think there's anything new. I think the last couple ones open up after you talk to Racefelger, I suspect. Like, between Heisfelger and the area is when I'm assuming the last couple ones will open up. Lower Skylords. Huh. Oh yeah, the amphiters. Their hide too, I think, is part of a lot of the leatherworking stuff from this level. Time for Alpino to make an idiot of himself again, because he could barely camp. Actually, he's starting to get better at it, if I remember from this point. Winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Must interrupt our journey so close that it's id. I suppose this place is as good as any. We have a brief respite from the hardships. The road will help clear our minds in readiness for the blah 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 blah. Believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. Quite a keen nose for firewood during my time at the frozen wastes of Kurthas. Like, he's enjoying himself now. This Master Alphino, his mind needs clearing. Thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. See him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts. Follow him. See the wildlife does not make a meal of him. Camp ready by the time you return. Again, it feels like I'm hearing the same songs over and over again. For a list that I think is about 50 or 60 songs long, it feels weird hearing the same songs, like, again and again. And it's on shuffle, so it's basically random. I could get the same songs multiple times, but it feels like it's playing the same, like, 10 songs over and over. You know, I kept talking about wanting to do the extremes synced. Not mine, but synced at some point. And I'm starting to think maybe I'll just do those off stream. Because I don't know when I would get the time in my streamed free trial stuff to be like, yeah, today we're going to do the... Because I really kind of want to keep pressing on with the MSQ pretty consistently. So I'm thinking I might try and set up almost like... Maybe almost like a static of people who are willing to meet like once a week and work on doing the ARREXs synced as we just sort of go through them. And like I'll have OBS open and I'll be recording it, but probably won't stream it, and then I'll just sort of cut all that footage together into maybe like 1 or 2 episodes on their own. I may do a few things like that because I'm starting to get a better feel for what I want to be in my streams each week versus like what needs to get done, but I probably don't need to stream all of my progress in it type of stuff. You know what I mean? Like Blue Mage will have a lot of that stuff. I'll want to stream the Mask Carnival stuff at some point, but most of the like leveling and skill gathering and stuff like that I'll probably do off stream, just record it and put it in one of the episodes or its own episode or something like that kind of thing, right? Like what's important to stream in my limited like one stream of this series each week, and what like just needs to be in the video but I don't really need to stream it. And for things like rating, which is kind of what the EXs are, a lot of the humor and the interactions and the footage from that comes down to interactions between like me and other people in VC rather than like me in the chat or me in the game. And so in that case, it's like, well, I could just record that off stream then Because it's primarily going to be humor between, like, me and the people in the VC with me. Sorry, I thought I heard someone. No. Don't do that. Whatever. They can text me if they need me. In fact, I told my family I was going to go stream, so it's like, if you need me for something, why are you not just texting me? Oh no, there's this one down here. Okay. Yep. Or is it back up at the amphitheater? Eh. Oop. Yeah, it's right back up here. Okay. Hello, Estinian. Oh, I failed the nuts. Who cares? No one cares. I didn't want to do that anyway. I just wanted to fight the Archosaurs. See, I was right to worry about the boys' safety. There's the wood we could see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looked like stew ingredients ready for the fire. The Ice Queen. Hey, he's back with more wood. And none the wiser about the fact that a bunch of trees were gonna try and chop him down. Oh, that would have, I think, been a pretty good shot there. Things compared to the simple pleasure of sitting beside a crackly campfire that's making. Oh god, so speaks the great explorer. Who recognized firewood if it came with kindling and flint. So you instructed me so patiently then. My own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to Isel with a pile of damp leaves. Pampered son of a Charlene dignitary. Yep. A father who hates you, by the way. He doesn't, but it's funny to be like, yep, your dad hates you. Mantuan became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studium. To match wits with scholars and philosophers, how ignorant of my shortcomings. He personated a manipulation and betrayal. Yeah, because you were an idiot. You were a complete idiot the whole way. The whole way from start to finish that you handled the Crystal Braves was like the worst you could have possibly done. Guilty of some ignorance. How many men lay down their lives never knowing what it is they fight for? Never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. In Pump meeting Race Velgar that I learned the truth hidden within our history. That chance encounter I would never have vowed to tear down the holy sea. Sponge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. Yeah. It's good to change up this music a bit. Alright, let's see. The truth is for me, yeah. To do terrible things I cannot deny. But I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating needless war. He's taught me anything is the importance and difficulty of holding on to one's convictions in face of failure. Oh god. Place one's ignorance with knowledge. Just accept that you don't know shit. So you're always learning. I was a fool swinging a spear with scarcely a thought in my head. Now I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. See here amongst these ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? For all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Yep. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as... Yeah, exactly. Like, if he keeps killing dragons, dragons are going to keep killing more people and breeding more children who hate dragons and want to murder them, and back and forth and back and forth. Besides the power to vanquish a great worm. Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power. I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. You gave your word. He gave his word that he'd stay his lance while we petitioned Hraesvelgr. If that doesn't work, he's going to kill a dragon. My word is contingent upon the success of our parlay. Exactly, right? Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Hraesvelgr of the righteousness of your cause. It's like, your words better work or my lance will. Not that I shall. I still love how certain she is she can make it work. It's like, where meanwhile Hraesvelgr's like, you're a stupid child. Why would I listen to you? You're an idiot if you think you have any connection to me. Have our answers on the morrow. That nighttime shot was actually pretty interesting. I wonder if I can get something sort of similar. Oh, this I think is even better, actually, with this weird weather going on. Yeah, let's get this stupid tree out of my way. But otherwise... No. Here? There. That's it. Get a couple of shots here. So I can get, like, different weather patterns of the lightning. And see if I can find one among them that I think looks best. Anything else? Ooh, there's also the Eri. Oh, from here with the tree is not quite right. I need to go a little further, I think, to get a good shot. Ah, that tree in the way is annoying. Couple different weather patterns. There we go. I think one of those will probably work for the thumbnail. Oh. Yes, I should bring back my UI. Heart of Ice. So cozy, I must have fallen asleep, Kupo. If did, they will have borne Hraesvelgr back to the skies above Zenith, I'm sure of it. Climb the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So I'll be heading back now. Good luck. It was nice knowing you. Just assumes like we're gonna die horribly and he'll never see us again. I like that. Good luck. It was nice knowing you. Yep. Yeah. I'll hit up the Aetheryte before I go teleporting back. Plus, I need to progress through Hraesvelgers to even unlock the next couple of Ether Current quests, I suspect. So I'll go and do this story beat, and then I'll start heading towards the area. Oh, and I think I need to go back to Asa to pick up a couple of the Ether Current quests, though. And there's no teleport there, so either way. But I need to go back through Asa to head towards the area anyway, I believe. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably pick up this, finish this quest and head back and head towards the area, and I can pick up Ether Current quests along the way, and then I'll just turn it all in near the end. Aetherite. I'll have unlocked flying in half the zones in Heavensward by the end of today, which is nice. I can make pretty good progress on crafting some decent gear for some of my classes if I want to, which I probably should. I wonder if the gear I could pick up from this zone being unlocked and me being able to farm here would be on par with the ARR augmented stuff. Because it would be 64 gear, I think. There's no guarantee I can gather everything I need for the 64 gear. No, 54. Sorry, not 64, 54. 133, yeah. The 54 gear would be better than the ARR augmented stuff. Interesting. But like I said, there's no guarantee I can actually get all of the 54 gear just having this area unlocked. That's the gear that would put me sort of on par with the story, but that doesn't mean that all of the gathering can be done just in the zones I have now. There might be some area where they just really mess that up and they're like, oh yeah, for this gear that's 54 level, we're going to put an item you need to gather in a zone that's like from 58 or something. That's totally possible. There's another sightseeing log point around here that's really important. I don't think it's here at Zenith, though. It's the one with the statue, and I think that's up there. Or it's one of these little platforms, so I'll need flying, I think, before I can access it. It's okay. Waiting for flying before doing all the sightseeing stuff makes more sense anyway. Up and 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 spiral and spiral and spiral around and spiral around. And there's the other ether current. Hey, cool. Talk about critical path. The other ether current's sitting right there. It's like the biggest cutscene of this entire chunk of the storyline. It's like just right there. Debatably the most important cutscene of this entire chunk of storyline. Toot your own horn. Yes, because a little horn with no blowholes of any kind could totally have made all of those notes with me just blowing through it. Hi, big boy.
Hraesvelgr.
Mm-hmm.
In arm and
Literally just sitting around waiting for his life to end.
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Hraesvelgr. Do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva.
He's like, don't you dare.
But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel.
Not.
She has
Nope.
made her heart known to me.
Like, this should have raised a question from you. When you were able to summon Shiva, that should have raised a ton of questions in your mind, because she's not in the heavens. He absorbed her soul, which means there was no soul for you to pull back from the ethereal sea. Like, it wasn't there. I do believe this is where they full-on reveal, like, the nature of primals to us here, beyond a shadow of a doubt. They've hinted at it here and there throughout the story, but this is where they full-on reveal it's like, these aren't gods. These are just, like, arcane constructs.
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love?
Nope.
I am Shiva reborn.
Not even close. In fact, you're creepy because of that. The way you assume these things about yourself. You're creepy, lady. Yep. That's not her soul, it's just your vision of her. Oh yeah, yeah, I know that one. It's like, yep, I know that one. Me and my friends spent like an entire month? No, probably more like 2 months fighting that one. Mm-hmm.
Then the spirit that answered me
was of your own making, yes. Yes, you fabricated it. But thy dream of Shiva, yep. Soul has been corrupted by a deity of thine own making, child. It's like, It's always a little destructive to their entire personality when you reveal to people who summon primals what primals really are. They're always just like, what have I done?
Between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
Yep. For a while. Yeah. Cool. Lured her in and ate her eyes. Oh, he actually managed to kill the king. I forgot about that. Yep. Ripped his friggin' eyes out. Guess that's the problem with dragons effectively living forever. It's like there is not one single Elizabeth alive today that actually had a hand in betraying the dragons, but it doesn't matter. 1,000 years, who gives a shit? The dragons still remember it.
Resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
Chooses to believe it's immaterial. Yep, I don't care. Which is but a punishment. Oh god. He's just trying to wear them down and make them weary, basically, forevermore. You know, this raises an interesting idea. I wonder what would have happened to Nidhogg if he survived till the end of days. Like, Nidhogg, mentally, emotionally, is so far gone. When the end of days happened, I could only imagine he would have been transformed into a monster. Like, I could only imagine he would have been transformed into an abomination with how far gone Nidhogg is. I can't imagine what he would have transformed into, though. That would have been crazy.
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Better trace of Tusker's essence. Yeah, that's why they're able to transform into dragons. That's why those that are exposed to dragon blood transform into those weird dragon hybrid things. Is because of the fact that they ate Ratatosker's eye, and so, like, all of the descendants of Ishgard have dragon blood, dragon essence in them.
Then, the seed lies within us.
With the drink, that's how they transform. Count for all of the betrayed children. Great.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon.
Yep.
I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment.
No. But at the end of the day, what's it matter? I thought I was killing a Dravania disguised as an elf, not an elf disguised as a Dravania. Who cares? They sided with the dragons, and literally every single one of them pulled out a weapon and tried to murder us. So that's it. That answers the question for me. Like, I don't care if they started as an elf or a dragon. They tried to kill me. They failed.
But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain.
Who cares? Seriously. Yeah. Yep. Like, even if you win every battle you ever fight, Astidian, you will grow old and die, and Nidhogg will just keep going, kind of thing. It's like he can outweight you.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground.
Yeah, he wanted them to suffer.
Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance. An eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes.
That
Mayhap
won't work.
our words
He
will sway
doesn't
him.
care. He doesn't care the slightest. Perception of time is too broad for the... Yeah. Dragons live forever, and so they remember forever. That's unfortunate. It's just the blood that gushed from the Tusker's wound. Uh-huh. My faith in your kind is spent, never be alone. Yeah. He's like, I won't go to war out of respect for Shiva, but I'm done with you people. I just want to die now. I just want to wait for the end of days. Well, that didn't work. Justinian, what's your idea now? It's like her plan didn't work, now it's Justinian's plan. As awe-inspiring as I imagined, his voice fairly dripped with power. I find his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongues. Pity that I misliked what he said. As far did we travel, even into the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. I mean, we are. We're tiny little children, tiny babies, compared to the dragons. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths we've learned will serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Yup. Nothing will deter Nidhogg, which means there's only one answer left to us. We hunt. Worm's Lair.
Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
Yup.
What is there to be found in the east?
Like, if we can't get peace, then I'll finish the war. I know Azale may hate this at all, but it's like, if we can't get peace, if there's no chance of ever having peace, then the only real answer left is to finish the most aggressive elements of the war.
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
He speaks of finishing it.
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
Well, not exactly. But it comes close.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
I mean, why not?
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe.
I love that the answer is, we're just gonna throw the Warrior of Light at the problem. Again. Like, this isn't even a primal. They have no knowledge of me really fighting dragons. Like, major dragons. I guess I did fight Midgard's armor, but Midgard's armor was really worn down and not really, like, all himself from the past. You know what I mean? But it's like, I'm not even a dragon fighter. I'm a primal fighter. And he's just like, well, just throw the Warrior of Light at the problem.
But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
I mean, have you looked at the sky? Have you looked at the horizon? The dark, horrible, mist-covered, glowing location to the east? I'm just gonna go out on a whim here and guess.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
Yup.
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed. Everything I thought I was. Gone. All gone.
Yeah. Everyone who summons primals is like that, though. All idiots.
Leave her.
Delusional
Your
idiots.
words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Like, no hesitation. Just leave her. We don't have time to pick her up off the ground right now. She needs to go through the rock bottom before we can try to pick her up. And we don't have time for that. How you doing? Says Shiva, what manner of phantom have I welcomed into my heart? Just an arcane construct. Like, literally, that's pretty much all they are. But look at my fairy here. Right? Look at my fairy here. That's basically what you've accepted, Azel. That's basically what you've summoned. Just bigger and stronger. That's about it. It's literally just an arcane construct fueled by lots and lots of ether. Now, like I said, I believe a lot of the... Or not. Oh, there's one there. Okay, so there's no reason to teleport because the one's up there, but that's not the last one. There must be one more. Right? Because that would only be 3, I believe. One, 2, 3. Yeah, there's one more that's not on my map yet. Okay. Anyway, let's press on to the Airy. And I can do that Ether Current quest. And maybe the last one doesn't appear until after Nidhogg? That'd be interesting. I'm not certain how exactly the story goes after Nidhogg. I know we have to go back and talk to Sid before we get into the area. But after, I think we go back to Ishgard, and then there's a little like, huzzah, you've beaten the blah blah blah, before the next shoe drops. So I think I'll probably end up saving that story stuff for next. Oh, it's an A rank, that's why. Okay, I'm like, that looks very different than most of the other enemies here, because that's an A rank. I'll probably be at about 3 hours, about the time I finish up the area, and I'm just about to go back and start the next story, beating Ishgard. So that's probably where I'll end up finishing for today. Because I feel like the next beat in Ishgard, which I think leads up to the vault and then out from there, should all be done together. So I don't think starting it today would be a good idea. I assume after this, the next story beat is the beat that leads up to the vault. And then out from the vault into the other side, to the other side of the Sea of Clouds, so that we can do the stuff we need to do there with Bismarck and Azizla and all that stuff. Yeah. Thuban. Mogaside. I should also be checking these. I came, I conquered. Glycon Air. The world burns. Yep, still nothing. Still none of the fates that I need. Again, it's unlikely that I will find them at all today, because... no, this way. Because almost certainly, if they're achievement fates, they're, like, behind multiple levels of stuff that you have to do. Oh, god dang it. Come on, there's no way down from here? They literally overlap. Oh, thank God there is. Good. Boom, boom, boom. Hup. Yep. Alright. Off to the area. Oh, no, wait. They want us to... Oh, they actually wanted us to... Where did they want us to be? Oh, I'm supposed to hit up this, too. Okay, yeah. Going around was a bad idea like that, because now I just have to circle back around. Because they're forcing me to fight a couple of battles along the way. That's what it was. I'm sitting there looking at the blue quest marker and being like, yep, that's my next objective, and forgetting that I need to be following the MSQ thing, which is not in that direction. I'm getting ahead of the game here. Which it is having none of. A lot of little abilities for me to use every time I get into a fight. Let's fight another one? No. Interesting. I thought another one would have come. Alright, now we can press on further. But there is another fight that I have to get into. Yeah, so Eddie teleporting, like, back to Mog home to turn in that quest would have been worthless anyway, because there were like 3 or 4 separate fights along the path that they force you to do to sort of direct you across the road. Oh, another one showed up. Of course it did. Of course, this is the one time where the extra one shows up when I was planning to just run off and immediately summon my mount. Now can we go? Like that I don't even wait for the enemies to fall over dead before I'm already bolting out of there and summoning my mount. See, I could fight Tula Hands, but I believe that this, if I remember it correctly, this Ether Current quest up here is to fight Tula Hands. So I should be able to do the hunt, the daily hunt for them, and this Ether Current quest at the same time. So place we should have been here already. Anywhere, I'm so hungry. We just went on account of those troublesome Tula Hands. Yep. See, go kill Tula Hands. Oh wow, I probably should have used Change Stratagem. This thing has more health than I thought it did. I'm struggling a bit here. Maybe I should try and keep pushing my Scholar's eye level up as I go. Honestly, I could also be summoning my Chocobo and letting it fight and all that stuff too, but I really hate how the Chocobo will be constantly sticking its freaking butt in the way. When you're not in full-on cutscenes, but you're in, like, in-game cutscene stuff, the Chocobo will just stand in front of the camera while you're trying to, like, talk to someone, and it just annoys me. So I tend not to want to summon it when I'm doing streams and, like, MSQ stuff. Go. That takes care of both the hunt and the mission. So I could turn this in. Oh, there with everything, just everything, bro. Just all the things, all. Thanks, Baron. It's only a matter of time before my replacement gets here with the pass out for huggers. I think I'll go ahead. What could go wrong? Great. Totally new. Damn it, Baron. Okay. Bonk. Ah. Oh, wait. Okay. That doesn't have the weight it used to. And will not as impactful. Alright, Estinian. I mean, we can't get up there this way. We'll need some help.
Is that it?
Aye, that would be the Airy. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the Primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated.
The ominous floating thundercloud, the only place in the whole of the churning mist that looks exactly where an evil dragon would live. No, could possibly be there.
Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
Yay, blowing up barriers with corrupted crystals. New winds, old friends. Vision power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the area. Can offer no better solution. Consult this engineer friend of yours. Time to go see Zed. She swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. Steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete. Set forth from Ishgard together. St. Rennett's Forum. Angling into the Holy Seas, decidedly ambitious airship project said will still be in Ishgard. What's this one? Woggle, woggle, woggle. Zenith Dragon Lane. Galar. How to can your dragon. Also, I don't know that I could even get the achievement fates until I have flight. There are multiple zones, multiple areas in the zone that you straight up cannot access until you have flight. That looks like a hunt target. Oh no, that's the Woggles. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and... No, let's not. Because we're going to have to teleport back here, and Moghome's probably where I'll teleport when I come back, so I'll just do it then. Foundation. I know that Lee's in the level 80 job quest shows up and essentially says, yeah, I'd like to be trained as an actual monk. Got pretty far as a pugilist. Yeah. The level 80, there shouldn't be a job quest at level 80. Are you talking about a role quest, or do you mean the level 70 job quest? Because 80, I don't think, has job quests anymore. I thought 70 was the last of the job quests. I thought 80, 90, and 100 were all role quests. Did Shadowbringer have job quests? I thought it had role quests. Huh. How do you finish the main story of Shadowbringer? Is every job gets one final job quest. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Is advising Ishgardians the ailing airship. Yep. We might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or maybe even Skysteel Manufactory. Let's not waste time searching aimlessly. Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all the Holy See's juiciest rumors. Let's talk to a Manolin about. Let's not. Like, let's talk to a Manolin about. Let's never talk to a Manolin about anything ever, please. With the Make It Rain campaign happening, I really want to know when this dude's going to want to play Triple Triad with me, because he's got some good cards and good rewards, this guy. He's got decent rules and good cards. He's right, to play you at this time. Yep, still can't do it. Still refusing. I trust... Search of a Sid Garland, you say. Say no more. The name of said silver-haired genius is cropped up more often than most. He's been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned actually fly. See, the project is plagued with mishaps from the first. Oh yeah, isn't that the ship they fly away in, too? I think that ship from Camp Cloudtop is the one that they used to fly... No, or is it? I don't know, because I think it's still at Camp Cloudtop later, because you can freaking show up to Camp Cloudtop on it. So maybe that's not the one that the Archbishop and them use. Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing. No, now that I think about it, the ship they fly off in is actually much smaller than that. Find Sid and trouble him for the expert opinion. Oh, great. Let's go. And you! Start playing Triple Triad with me. Soon. This event's only going on a couple of weeks. I'm not going to reach the end of Heaven's Word doing one MSQ stream a week by the end of the Make It Rain event. So if he's waiting until the end of 3.0, I'm not going to be able to play with him during Make It Rain. No, it is in the Pillars. Oh, yes, yes. That's the one that's near the Astrologian stuff. I already know my next two jobs, right? Yes, I already know what I'm getting for my next two jobs. Just doing all these job quests, I'm focusing on the ones I didn't unlock as my bunny. Hey, you both not terribly well, judging by your faces. I was a little surprised when I tell you I have need of a favor. We're always going to Sid just when we need something. He must get tired of us never just hanging out and getting drunk together. I'm Barry, so was conjured by Nidhogg. Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but you're not very well against dragons. Agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. Travanians would fly rings around her. If they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there'd be precious little we could do to avoid them. Yep. Something we could do. Some manner of weapon we could employ. Stinian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mist, but we know not how much longer. Is this where we get the monocutter? I think this might be where we get the monocutter. Yeah, that might be a case. So it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. Yep, monocutter time. I remember the monocutter being used a lot during the Alliance raid, but I couldn't remember when we actually unlocked it. What is this one doing here? No. That one needs to go on this list and leave this list. Let's not. Let's do one of the ones I haven't heard recently. Yeah, there's about 67 on this, huh? Okay, let's skip to, say, this one. I had to move that track over to a different list. I'm actually putting, like, playlists themed together on Spotify. Of, like, these are the kinds of songs for this sort of theme. And these are the kinds for this sort of theme. Pretty much all DMCA free stuff as much as I can. I guess I'll have to just trust that they're really DMCA as I look at them on other people's lists and add them to mine. And then if I get claims on the original YouTube video that I unlist anyway, I can figure out which songs are not actually friendly. Shit, come on, the manufactory's not far. Freaking Astrologian. Astrologian's gonna sit and wait for a while. I think that'll probably be the last healer I unlock. Thematically, I like Astrologian a lot, but functionally, the gameplay, I'm not the hugest fan of. I think whenever I get around to getting another healer, it'll probably be White Mage first, because White Mage is just simpler to play. It's not as thematically interesting to me as the Healer of the Stars and stuff like that, but it's much easier to play, and I don't have to juggle stupid cards either. Much more straightforward.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
Mana cutter.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
And yet, somehow, every single pirate group in the entirety of the Heavensward zones gets their hands on this thing right away. Like, what are you and Wedge doing behind the scenes here, Biggs? Because somehow every pirate in existence got their hands on tons of mass-produced mana cutters. It only took them about 30 seconds from the moment you introduced it to me to get them.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them.
Sky Pirates don't mind if I do. Yep. I like to think the Biggs and Wedge are just mass-producing them on the black
They've
market
adapted the
behind our
principles
backs.
of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution.
Can we be clear about something here? Sid literally just told us that Biggs and Wedge have effectively invented an infinite energy device. Let's be clear about that. Yes, it uses ether, so it wouldn't work in every place in existence, but here, on Aetheris, where ether is in massive abundance, like, Biggs and Wedge have effectively created infinite clean energy. Like, let's just ignore that fact, shall we? You literally suck up ether from the environment around you and use it to create wind to fly with. Like, you could convert that into any kind of ether you wanted to. We've created an infinite energy solution, and just gonna gloss over that. Blah, blah, blah. Perpetual motion.
I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
Mm-hmm.
The energy conversion ratio's bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
Okay, wait. Why? They literally just got done saying that it converts ether into wind energy. Why would you need to be in an area with wind ether? That makes no sense. You should have to be in an area dense with ether, but it should be able to be any ether if it converts it into wind energy for the sails. What, wrong? This one.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, and lots of places you can't.
Not true, because every mount can fly, but we'll just ignore that.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off. If you'll forgive the pun.
Hello there. Wait, we're not... No. I thought it was after this.
Tataru, what's happened?
Oh, don't tell me I have to go back to Thonolin now. I've got like 20 minutes left and a dungeon to clear, guys.
I've been looking all over for you. There's
Oh
been word
my
from
god.
Alda. It's about Her Grace the Sultana.
I got 20 minutes left in my stream and a dungeon to... This stream's going long then. Now I have to go and sit through like 20 minutes of cutscenes. Oh well. I thought this was after the Airy.
Leave the Mana Cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped
Or
to
like
slice through those winds.
before going to the hinterlands or something even. I did not think this was this early.
Concentrate on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
They need none. It's literally just go track down a lady in a town and then like 20 minutes of cutscenes that I don't care about. Like, every time they tell me to go back to Ul'dah Thanolin, I'm just like, can I not? Please? The fact that you show less and less of Thonolin with every expansion was a good choice. Could I please just jumpstart my way all the way to, like, I don't know, Endwalker or so, where you never show it, practically ever, like maybe once in the whole thing, and we never have to deal with their stupid politics? Can I just jump right to that part of the story where we've thrown all of Ul'dah and its dumb political nonsense out the window and just ignore it story-wise? Straight around this pilot quest line, the guy from Gladiator Quest is dressed like a samurai. I also love that they're really close to uncovering the Sultana's whereabouts, and their whereabouts are literally laying in the same bed she's always laid in her freaking castle. Like, they didn't even move her, and Raoban's having trouble finding her. Oh god, what a waste of time this is. Waste of everyone's time to drag me back to Thonolin again at this point. It's like, seriously, I have like 15 minutes left in my stream normal time-wise, which means this is easily going to be like a 4.5 hour stream, probably. No, probably more like a 4 hour stream. But still. It's like, I thought I was right there. Yep, I just gotta finish talking to Sid and go do the Airy, and I'm pretty much done for today. It's like, no. Raoban and Ul'dah want to drag everything in your life to a fucking crawl again. Gotta let them do that one more time. Hopefully the last time, but I think there's a couple more of these throughout the story. I think there's a couple more of these throughout Heaven's Word and Stormblood, where it's like, no, Thonolin wants to drag its fucking ass through your storyline and bore you to death. Luckily, there's fewer of them in Stormblood, because by then Raubon is kind of not bothering with any of that stuff anyway. Hi, buddy.
Thank you for coming.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
It's like, thank you for coming, and my mind is just like, screw you for calling. My mind immediately was just like, screw you for calling. This is like, you shouldn't have done that. Handle it yourself. There's not even any fights or anything here. He literally just has to track a woman down and talk to her.
I cannot complain.
Couldn't handle that on your
Thanks to Higiri
own?
and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
But,
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber.
oh my god.
An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
It's almost like they're not even covering their tracks. Why did you have to call me for this?
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady in waiting, Muriel.
Cool, great.
We sent for you as soon as we learned of her location.
You could have all you
All
you
that
all could have
remains
done
is
all
to
of this without me.
apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands.
We really won't.
We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours?
Raubon's left hand.
Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo, and for Ul'dah!
For old... Wait, no, never mind. Don't care. Ignore Ul'dah forever. I guess I will have to become an Immortal Flame at some point to finish those achievements, but, like, whatever. Hi, Giddy. Yeah. Nothing interesting. Jump dead shoot. Yeah, okay. So those are the EXs, I think. Yeah. Okay. Silver Bazaar. Isn't that... Oh no, that's from West Thonolin. Oh, I can take a ship from Vesper? No. Maybe. No. There's a path. There's a path? Is that where that little fishing village is? Can you take a ship from there? I wasn't aware of that. That little dotted line means there's a path, but, like, not that I'm aware of. Because this goes to Limsa, I believe. This one goes to Limsa. So the path that they're looking at must be... Oh yeah, I can fly here. The potato flies now. The potato flies now. There's a path to Silver Bazaar from here? Oh, what do you know? There is a boat. And ferry skipper. Huh. I've never taken this route to the Silver Bazaar before. Okay, then. Mariel. Oh, yeah, sure, she's here. Kupo. Arrival of your entourage just about doubled our population. Lure her back to Old Dye, you may as well give up. She's done with the city life. Yeah, I know, because she horribly betrayed people and is probably being hunted to be put to death. Of course she's done with the city life. Turning resident. God, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear this. Oh, God. Is that guy one of that group that's, like, trying to clear out Silver Bazaar? There's a storyline in one of the job quests, I think, that deals with, like, someone's trying to ruin Silver Bazaar and, like, push all the residents out and stuff. I already know exactly where Mariel is. Like, I know this quest already. Why, hello there.
You are Mariel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me.
You're not walking out of here. Surprise, idiot. Yeah, try and convince him.
General Alden.
I'm wondering about something. I wonder if you could lend me a hand. God.
We will have the truth from you, girl.
You're not going anywhere.
Mayhap 'twould be better coming from me.
Can we just stomp this potato right now? Like, I know, because of his actions, technically she didn't die. That doesn't absolve him of, like, manipulating literally everyone for his own gain. And leaving her in a coma for months and months. So, you know, he's not a hero, that's for damn sure. He's armless.
Lonorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions.
It usually does.
I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim.
Mm-hmm.
'Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
Just delete that message. I don't need to do the whole thing. Yeah, it's another one of those stupid posts. I already banned the person over on YouTube and deleted the message over on Twitch. Alright. Yep, there it is. It's done. Okay.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her, Grace.
There's a lot of blathering on about like motives and means and plans and theories and plans within plans, and no one cares, Lolorito. Where is she? Like, he just blathers on and on and on about why people did whatever. No one gives a shit about any of it. Just say, here's Nanamo, here's the cure, done. Let's leave.
You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan.
Who gives a
I
crap?
had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
Shot from Rabon. A Rabon from Lola perspective, it occurs to me that most of them can see, like, right up his man's skirt. Hope he's wearing something under there.
You conniving little worm! You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution.
We really just, like, I don't know who Alphino put, like, I have yet to understand who Alphino put in charge of literally any part of the Crystal Braves. Because he offloaded recruitment to me, and every single person he recruited turned out to be corrupt. Like, yes, one of the people I recruited turned out to be corrupt, and I called it from the beginning. Why the hell would you recruit the guy that you helped arrest like 3 weeks ago for betraying his country? That was stupid. One of them turned out to be corrupt. But Ilberd and Yu Yu Hase were both Alphino's recruits. You know what I mean? Like, everyone he recruited turned out to be corrupt. He obviously wasn't paying attention to the money that was funding the Braves. I don't know who he offloaded that work onto. Like, who was looking at our finances then if they just ignored all of this sus money coming in? He offloaded command to Ilberd. Like, what the hell was Alphino doing with the Braves? He seemed to have no part in any of it, except taking credit and glory for it.
Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor
No
to
one
your
cares.
people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things.
I still have to run
What
the
was it he always
Airy.
compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed.
I still have to run the Airy. Shut the hell up, Potato. I don't care about Oldosh. Stop talking. Get done with the cutscenes and let me get back to the story.
And the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended.
He won't stop. Shut up, Lolorito. No one cares. Jesus Christ. Stop talking. God damn. Not allowed unregulated military to work with my borders or our leader, especially one very obviously bankrolled by the syndicate. Yeah, the very first thing Nanamo and Raubon said to each other as soon as we flew out of Ul'dah was, "It's obvious the syndicate is running money into the Crystal Braves. Is there nothing we can do about this?" Nope. It's like, great.
Which brings us neatly to the present.
Oh my god, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm so far beyond caring about anything anyone has to say in this cutscene. I'm literally skipping. Like, they won't shut up. Ul'dah just sidetracked me from the important story again, and none of them will shut up. Like, just shut up. Like, tell me what room Nanamo is in, and hand me the potion, and please, piss off, you little potato. No one cares. Like, I'm done listening. I mean, look at this fucking cutscene, man. Look at it. I got sick of listening to him talk and started just skipping all the dialogue, and it's still taking me like a full minute or two to get through this, because they won't shut up.
I like...
They just won't stop talking. The less Ul'dah is on screen, the better the game becomes. I'm sure there are people out there who disagree with me, but boy, do I not care about anything that's happening in Ul'dah. Do I not care at all about the Syndicate, the Monetarists, the Royalists, and all this bullshit. They just won't shut up. Everything that could be covered in like 2 sentences in Ul'dah is always covered in like 10 paragraphs. They just don't ever stop talking and love the sound of their own voices, and it makes me so fucking sick. I hate it. I hate Ul'dah. I don't want to listen to more. I want to listen to less, and you won't shut up. Held another bloodbath. It would have been short-lived, and we would have beaten him to death. He had no guards. Like, I don't care about this sidetrack anyway. I want to deal with the Aerie, and the fact that they ripped me out of an ongoing storyline that was reaching a massive crescendo point to be like, let's go play in Ul'dah, the shittiest of all neighborhoods, for a while. Like, boy, did that just fucking slam the brakes on the MSQ and, like, slam us into a fucking railing on the road. It didn't even slam the brakes to divert to another track. It just slammed the brakes to smash us into a guardrail. They just never shut up. Like, less Syndicate, less Monetarist Royalist bullshit, less Ul'dah in general, please. The creators of the game seemed to get this message from sometimes I think I might be the only person who feels that way, but it seems like the creators of the game got this message from the players, because every expansion basically has you go back to Ul'dah and deal with its political bullshit less and less every time. It seems like they were just sort of phasing Ul'dah out of the story more and more with every expansion, because, like, no one gave a shit about this place, I don't think. Like, sometimes I think it's only me, but realistically, when you look at how the game went, it feels like a lot of people must have said, God, will you fucking stop with Ul'dah already? Random Ul'dah interludes and Heavenwards feel like they wanted to do a completely different expansion for Heavens. Yeah. First of all, it feels... I want to be clear about something before I say what I'm going to say next, which is I actually kind of like Nanamo and Raubon. I do. I kind of like them. I hate old Da. I hate all the Monitorist Royalist bullshit. I hate all that nonsense. But Nanamo and Raubon are pretty cool characters, and I kind of like them. That being said, every side track to Old Da basically just ruins all of the dramatic tension in the end of ARR. Like, I'm not saying I wanted Nanamo to be dead or to, like, have to sit on the sidelines and watch while they fucking Ned Stark Raubon or something like that. You know what I mean? But, like, everything they do going dragging us back to ARR and just stopping the Heavensward story dead in its tracks to go back to ARR is just to like undo everything they did at the end of ARR. So it seems so utterly pointless. Little quests are just for resolving the plot point they made by accident, seemingly. Yeah. I'm not saying I wanted them both to die because I do like their characters. That being said, they hard break on the Heavensward story and rip you out of your immersion to go back to ARR and undo all of the narrative drama they created in ARR. Like, it's such a waste of everyone's time. If you really just wanted to undo all of the narrative drama you created at the end of ARR, then why didn't you just have someone walk into Ishgard and tell me, did you hear Raubon broke out of prison? Did you hear the Sultana is actually alive? Raubon has revived her from her chamber. Better go find the Scion is useful at this moment in time. Scion's being missing only really becomes relevant when the characters themselves become... Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so much nothing. They dramatize the end of ARR so aggressively, and as anyone who knows anything about the story going forward, it's like everything from the end of ARR means fucking nothing, and it's almost hilarious if they didn't constantly rip you out of the story to drag you back through it and make it mean nothing. I'm fine with it meaning nothing. Go ahead if you have to, but stop making me witness it meaning nothing. Just tell me what happened. The ninjas broke Raubon out of prison. Did you hear? The Sultana's actually still alive and in a coma. Raubon got the treatment for her. She's back. And then one cutscene with Nanamo, and we're done. Not an hour and a half of going back over and over again to have to watch this stupid stuff. Just like, no idea. She's been out cold for months.
I was having the longest dream.
Yes, you were.
'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands.
Raubon, where's your arm? Sorry. Oh, man.
Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber.
Good. Now she can stay awake like 500 hours straight without sleep and get some actual work done since she's wasted months.
I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Uldar into the hands of its citizens.
Oh yeah, she never did that, did she? He says that here, but she never did that. Huh. Do right at the beginning, we're still setting up an Ishgard, blah blah blah, shorter and more, right? That's settled now. Let's do other stuff. Then the dragons will come an issue to maybe. And the weird interludes, the whole travel is so small. I'm fine with them not reuniting us with the Scions until post Heavensward. As much as it's kind of convenient that we happen to find out where each of the Scions are just as we need them, which they could fix that with some better story writing. I'm okay with the timing of us starting to reunite with the Scions being post Heavensward. Because the idea of, like, you're alone, you're out in the cold, you don't have anyone to back you up, you have to deal with the threats of Ishgard yourself, actually kind of makes some narrative sense, I think. So the idea that, like, you're out in the cold and there's no one to have your back during the Heavensward stuff, I think actually kind of makes sense. I don't think front-loading the Thonolin stuff would have been better. I think having some time between the end of ARR and the resolution of all the end stuff from ARR makes some sense. But the timing is always, like, wrong. The timing is always wrong. I don't even remember. When was the first time they pulled us out? It was after we visited Sea of Clouds and Kurthus West, but before we started the Ishgard story, right? It was after the first visits, but before we set off for the Dragonlands, right? I think that's when the first one was. That's not a bad time to pull us out. I have a lot of problem with this just because I fucking hate Ul'dah and I hate all of its political bullshit. Like, it's the most boring thing in this entire game to me, and the fact that they go back to it as... The fact that it's such a big part of ARR and that they drag you back there in Heavensward just annoys me because I hate everything about it. Like, Ul'dah is a scummy town. The way they treat the refugees is terrible. The politics is massive bullshit, and I hate all of them, and I don't want to listen to it. Kind of thing. Like, I aggressively hate Ul'dah and, like, everything about it, story-wise. And so every time they drag us into it, I just want to get out of there. I don't want to listen to more of it. I just want to leave. But I think timing-wise, that probably would have been the right time to pull us in for the first interlude, is there. Between the visits to Sea of Clouds and Kurthus West and the set off to the major story beat of Heavensward is probably the right time to do the first interlude. And either they should have made the interlude long enough that we handled all of this in one, which maybe we could have. Maybe they didn't want to quite make us do all of it at once, because that would have been like a whole stream day all to itself, like a full 3-hour, whatever, 4-hour stream to handle all of this all at once. So that could have worked, but I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. The big problem here is where they chose this interlude. Like, this interlude is the most egregious, like, nightmare so far of all this Thonolin stuff. Are you kidding me? We just went, we're into the Forelands, we're going through Somal, we're up into the Churning Mist, we're meeting with Racevelger, that didn't work. We're gonna go fight Nidhogg! Let's go to Thonolin for an hour. What? This interlude should have been after the resolution of Nidhogg. We should go into the Eyrie, we should fight Nidhogg, we should come back to Ishgard as like, hey, we're heroes, we put an end to Nidhogg, maybe the Dragon Song War will finally end. Hey, guess what? You guys should go to Thonolin and help Raubon. He's finally resolving the situation. Okay. And then we resolve the situation and then come back to Ishgard to find out, oh, the other shoe dropped while you were away. Like, that would have been a decent pacing. That would have been a decent matter of timing and pacing. The idea that we are building to this massive crescendo of you're going to fight Nidhogg, you're gonna do it, and then slam on the brakes, hit the guardrail as hard as you can, let's go to Thonolin for an hour and a half, is like the most jarring. Like, we hit this point where it's like, oh, this is where they're putting the next section of Raubon's storyline in Thonolin. And my immediate gut reaction was, I don't want to do this. Like, and that was more than just, I hate Old Daw. I hate Old Daw. I'll fully admit to that bias. But it's more than just, I hate Old Daw. It was aggressively like, wait, no, this was timing out to be like a perfect, like, 3-hour stream. With the Airy, it would have been timed out to be just a little over 3 hours, probably. It would have been perfect. And then we slam on the brakes and go to Old Daw? Like, I don't want to fucking do this. I don't want to do this here. It interrupts the flow of the story. It interrupts the drama that's building towards the fight of Nidhogg to fucking divert for some bullshit I'm not interested in. No. After Nidhogg, but before the vault. Right? That is where this should have been. After Nidhogg. Although, wait, do we do Bismarck before the... No. We do Bismarck after the vault. I think we do the vault. And then we chase them off into the Sea of Clouds. And that's when we do Bismarck before going to Azaz Law. I think that's the flow. Okay, I won't say after Nidhogg, before the vault. I'll say after Nidhogg, but before the next shoe drops. Because I think it's the vault that's next, but that actually would put it really close to the Airy, which is weird. Dungeons are often spaced out a little more than that. Though maybe they didn't do that as much in Heaven's Word. They really seem to have the dungeons spaced out very specifically in later expansions, where it's like you hit a dungeon every odd level and like a trial on some but not all of the even levels. But maybe they didn't do that as much in Heaven's Word. Because it feels like if it's the Airy straight into the next story beat being the vault stuff, then that feels like it'd put those two dungeons too close together. So maybe I'm missing something in between there. But I can't think of what it would be. I think it's Nidhogg, and then we come home as like heroes, and then the other shoe drops, and then we have the vault stuff. I don't think there's anything else in between there. But like, that's where they should have been. They should have been after Nidhogg. They should have been, you've dealt with Nidhogg. You're coming home heroes. Hey, guess what? Raubon needs your help with something. Okay, let's go do that. And then you come back to Ishgard and the other shoe drops.
Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's easy for the rich merchant man to say that. It's very easy for the super wealthy, like 1%er elite man to say that as he oppresses all of the refugees for his own gain. Super easy for him to say that. Like, you know what the other 99.9% of Old Daw thinks of your competition? You just shove it right up your ass. That's what they think.
'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Uh-huh, sure. The system of government that's allowed you to exploit everyone to become extremely fucking wealthy.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Wait, I have it. The Agrius. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
No one cares. Like, that... You're talking about Garleans, man. That's not even going to become a thing until the next expansion. Don't worry me about it now. Wait till post-Heavensward, at least.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and lady, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to
Teleji
repel the
Adeleji.
Empire once more.
Yep. The damage caused by Teleji Adeleji. Just Teleji Adeleji. Literally no one else. Nope, just Teleji Adeleji. It's all his fault. Yep, absolutely. All the damage that he caused. Totally. Literally no one else could possibly be at fault here as far as I could see. Must all be his fault.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken.
Moved too.
The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed."
Forward from that one. Let's do this one. There we go.
Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same.
What? That made no narrative sense. What are you even talking about here? Thought we already resolved all your Crystal Blade stuff. Braves, whatever.
I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves.
Okay. You have no authority to do that. Like, no one will listen to you, so that's cute and all in theory, but...
Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely.
Nope. We're gonna kill them all in Belsar's Wall.
All-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified grand company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low.
What was an unbelievable ideal with how how disparate all of the frickin' nations of Eorzea are. There was never going to be one grand unifying company.
I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption.
Yep. No arguments here.
As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship, and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more.
Like, that's not even...
The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alphino, proud member of the Scions.
Which are also dead. Like, which are also effectively disbanded at the moment. So you'll be no more or less than Alphino, Nerd Supreme. Like, congratulations. That's a lot of, like, personal, emotional resolution at a time where it made almost no sense. I'm disbanding the Braves. Well, you're not their commander anymore, so you have no authority to do that. Plus, we don't see them as a righteous authority of any kind anymore, so we don't bend to their authority at all. So they're effectively disbanded in our minds, but not in the real world. I'm a proud scion. Well, they're effectively gone too, so... You're just a tiny nerd right now. Like, we could deal with the rest of it later. Speak thus of mine inner turmoil. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have then. I like that he opens up to me and I'm like, you know, maybe you shouldn't have said any of that. That probably would have been smarter. I have whom I would rather confide. We're not never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair, from out of my cup of hot cocoa that I was crying into. Brave resolution. No one cares. I was manufacturer that is nearing completion. We still have more to deal with here. Grace and make a full recovery. That too shall flourish once more. General Robon and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. So let's leave. People have been keeping a close watch on the bridge. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilbert's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you. To me, I see. Some of the members of the Braves stuck around. My final act as commander. No one cares. You're there at its inception. You may as well be there when we burn it to the ground. I like that he goes from, I'm going to trust obvious idiots who should not be trusted with anything, to, I'm going to disband this organization that's now basically just made up of the loyal members who stayed behind to help us. Like, that's a good swerve there, Alphino. You went from all in to all out literally at the worst time possible for both. Yeah, I still don't know what Alphino was doing. He just, like, basked in the glory of making his own army and then left the management of every aspect of that army to untrustworthy people across the board. Like, he didn't do anything as the commander of the Crystal Braves, except fail miserably to do anything. He never did anything as the commander. Like, they managed themselves, they managed their own money, they ordered themselves around. No one ever reported anything to him. He was worthless. You're alive! Oh my god, Alion and Ephemy, you're both alive? That's amazing! Yep. Process of glory and salvation. Sight messier than expected. We were still fighting for freedom of all. It's like we swore. Comrades, the most profound regret then that I must... That's enough of that. We know what you have in mind to say. We ain't having none of it. Yeah. You can take our uniforms and all that, but we won't be on less of a company. Yeah, they basically just become scions. Realistically, that's what happens. The loyal members of the Crystal Braves, the Braves just get dissolved and pretty much never spoken of again in the storyline, and the ones that were loyal to us just sort of become scions. This company was founded, live on. Yep, cool. May as well get used to it. Let's help the scions. Let's help you find Billy and the others. Great. Her. I was kind of surprised she's still alive. I remembered Alion was alive because I remembered how worried I was about Alion at the end of ARR, my first playthrough, and then I'm like, holy crap, she's still alive? But even now, on this subsequent playthrough of the storyline, I had forgotten that Ephemy survived this. I completely forgot she was still alive. Because she, I don't know. Because I've interacted with her less. I was going to say she's not as important a character, but the truth is Allian's not all that important of a character, realistically. It's just that I interact with Allian like once before she becomes a brave, then I'm the one who recruits her, then she's a brave, then I was worried she was dead, then I find out she's still alive. So I interact with Allian more than FME, right? Which is why I kind of remembered Allian, but I had completely forgotten FME even survived the whole Crystal Braves thing. Because I only interact with her, like, after she's already a brave, and I think only once before the Crystal Braves go away. Wow, they really made a fucking mess of the place, didn't they? Those Braves did not leave gently, did they? They trashed the place. Real Allian. Is that Duare in the cutscene? Yes, that was Duare in the cutscene. Wait, Duare joined the Braves? I just assumed all of the Domans were like Doman ninjas. Duare was a member of the Braves? I do not remember that at all. Agmus. Yeah, I do kind of remember him. Again, he's sort of in the same vein as FME for me. I barely remembered he was even in the story, let alone that he survived. And Duare, I didn't even know Duare joined the Braves. I figured he was just a Doman ninja. I never realized he was one of the Braves. Hopes of following in your footsteps. That's quite a lot coming from someone I didn't even really remember existed. I'll just not say that to her face, I guess. Glad you're still alive still, even if I didn't remember you. Say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. No protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty. Well, yeah, you won't get any protests from me. Should do everything in my power to earn it. Whatever. Like I said, we basically don't even talk about the Braves ever from this point on, so... Except the one more time, really, when it comes to Belsar's Wall and dealing with the outcast Braves, the traitors. But, like, the actual Braves themselves, we, like, basically don't ever talk about the organization ever again after this. Ready to fly. Lands of the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm. Specifically, Orion, Jalen, Waking Sands, Tatara, and Ishgard. Yeah. Organizing our various channels of communication, I'd ask that you call upon Master Garland and Manufactory. Finally, get back to the story that matters. Finally, we're going to cut you loose, Potato. Go back to the story that we aggressively slammed you in the face in the middle of you trying to do. Like, build, narrative drama, builds right up to Nidhogg's front door, and then just fucking whack you in the face with a stop sign as hard as they can and destroy all of the narrative pacing. Just completely obliterate the narrative pacing as hard as they can just before you go to fight Nidhogg. Like, what a massive miscalculation on them narratively to put that there. Just, like, the aggressiveness with how badly they destroyed the narrative, like, dramatic flow of this storyline by shoving that needlessly in that section. Should have been post-Nidhogg. Should have been after the Aerie. That thing, like, completely took the wind out of my sails dramatically. Right? Like, all of this was just building to this massive final beat of face Nidhogg in his own domain. And it just completely obliterates all the wind out of your sails at the last second. Then it's like, okay, now go fight Nidhogg in the area, and you're like, dude, I don't even care about that anymore. Like, Nidhogg in the area mean almost nothing to me now because of how aggressively you just destroyed the pacing. Simview, but this moment completed the Monocutter's first successful test flight. She's ready to go. We see the finishing touches. You might want to pay a visit at Fortomp Manor. A dragoon by the name of Stinian was looking for you. Grumpy Uncle Astinian. Who's not quite Grumpy Uncle Astinian just yet. He still kind of is. But he's a little too try-hardy at the moment. It's not until after Heaven's Word when he just becomes Grumpy Uncle Astinian. Right around Shadowbringer's time. He starts becoming just Grumpy Uncle Astinian being dragged around by Tataru. Hello there. Under your obligations to the old dons, then. Mr. Tataru has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned of these monocutters and Master Garlands were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. President Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Eyrie, plotting his revenge. And now this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Emmerich. Think we have kept him in the dark long enough. So do you want to play Triple Triad? No, still doesn't want to play Triple Triad with me. Why won't you play cards with me, giant giraffe man? I don't even like cards, and I'm still wanting you to play with me. Why won't you play with me? Oh yeah, I could pick up some new dailies, I suppose. Not that I finished them, but I pretty much always get the new dailies, because I never finish them. I never finish the dailies. I grab the daily hunts. I'll grab any that I happen to run past while I'm doing other business and I see or hunt targets. I'll kill them. That's about it. I never finish out the whole daily section because it's just not worth it. Unless you're desperate for the seals, it's just not worth it. So Emmerich is ready.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
Yeah, that whole section would have worked so much better as like a narrative detour at the beginning of a new story, like in between two stories. In between the resolution of this story and the beginning of the next Ishgard story, that would have worked much better as sort of like a little narrative detour you go on before starting the new story. Right at pre-Eyrie, that is such a fucking just massive deflating of all the wind in your sails just before you face Nidhogg.
Ah, the moment has come then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the Monocutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The area is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point.
Okay, yep. I'm definitely gonna have to go get myself Saribot then. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to go get myself Saribot. I'm gonna need one on YouTube's end though too, I think. Because those weird freaking Z messages are coming from YouTube's side, not Twitch's. The best viewer stuff comes from Twitch's side, and Saribot is supposed to handle that. So I'll have to get Saribot for my Twitch chat. But I wonder if there's anything on YouTube's side that handles those Z's or whatever. Maybe I can create my own moderation rules for that. I don't know. I'll have to see.
Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isar taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye. 'Tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
Yeah, well,
in this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Oh well. That's why we're gonna go kill
An
Nidhogg.
assault upon the area represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
He's like, I'm going
Lord
to.
Commander, no.
Ooh, is he gonna be my new tank? That'll be cool.
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons
Okay,
to
or
dragoons,
not.
Sir Knight. Your duty to
I'm
command
gonna
the city's
get-
defense is no less vital.
I wonder if I'll get a generic knight as my tank. Maybe Lucia will come with us? I don't think she does,
Should
though.
we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
Yeah, let's not do that, please.
There are others.
Who
None
but
is
you has the
respected.
authority and the standing to orchestrate a
Yeah.
citywide defense?
It's like,
I do not.
there are others.
Neither does the
None
Warrior
of
Light.
them as well respected
That is
as
why it is
you.
our place to fight, and yours to remain here,
Like,
Lord Commander.
no one will be able to command this city better than you if it comes to that.
What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury. You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
Oh no.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
So who are my DPS and my tank? Are they just generic Temple Knights?
Well, my friend, 'twould seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
Because, like, if they're generic Temple Knights, that's crazy. A big fight in the dungeon against Nidhogg of all enemies, and you're telling me we don't even have, like, named party members for that duty support? That's nuts. Aside from Estinian, obviously. Swear to God, if it's just like Temple Knights for both the tank and the other DPS, it's just gonna be like, what the hell? You couldn't give me a named party member for this fight, of all things? Quickmaster often knows pride, I fear, but had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us. Yep. Not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alf would make a fine field commander. He really wouldn't. He's already tried that. He's terrible at it. One does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. Hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying an novice. Into the Airy, which is finally my last quest in this zone. Finally. Tried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland and take possession of the Monocutters. I'm still missing a ether current quest that I'd like to try and get. I could queue up to the Airy from basically anywhere, so I'll probably hit the point where they're like, the Airy is unlocked, and then go do the ether current stuff before hitting the dungeon. Hello, buddy. Biggs, Wedge, Sid, how we doing? Cutters are ready when you are. Cost a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. So you could get where you need to go. I tell you, the little beauties will tear through that wind barrier like a comet drill through cottage cheese. It's a Garland Ironworks guarantee. The dread worm awaits. The Airy is unlocked. Oh, are we seeing more of the... No, it's just us flying into it. Yeah. I forgot about the intro cutscene to the Airy, where we get a whole intro cutscene to it, which is great. And it's great that they front load it like this, because when you load into a new dungeon and someone's sitting there in a cutscene for like 5 minutes, it's always annoying. It's always nice when they front load and back load the cutscenes of dungeons, where it's like you get the cutscene of like, this is you going into the dungeon and it's all cool or whatever before you actually queue up for the dungeon, and you get the cutscene of this is the resolution of all the cool stuff that happened in the dungeon after you zone out of the dungeon, so that other people don't have to deal with it. Okay. Back to the Churning Mists. I could probably do the area, and I'd probably pop out in the Churning Mists, though maybe not. They might bring me all the way back to Ishgard for like, hooray, the heroes have won, or whatever. Anyway, I want to do the Churning Mists, and I want to hit these ether currents before I do this, so that when I finish this quest, it immediately gives me Freebird. I can enjoy a bath without the smell of raw dragonfish assaulting my senses. Ugh. Okay. That puts us at 1 left, right? Yep, 1 left. And then the MSQ. So is the last one popped up yet? Yes, it has. It's back at Zenith. Okay, then. There we go. And I have all the static ones too, I think. I know I just looked at it, but I wasn't really paying attention to that. Yeah, I've got all the static ones already. Okay. So I just need to finish this quest, and then I can run the dungeon and be done with this episode for today. About an hour later than usual, but whatever. Blame Ul'dah. Always blame Ul'dah. They bear all of the blame for all of the problems forever. God, that place sucks so much. It seemed like a fun game at first. I had no idea everyone would be so good at it. Now I just want to go home, find the other 3 Moogles, and tell them it's time to leave. Kupo. Or hide and seek. Let's zoom out here. So much easier if I had flight, but whatever. You found me. I'll find an even better hiding spot next time, Kupo. Oh wait, there's even more in this zone? Oh, there's one. Way up there where I have to freaking jump to get to them. Emasculated Moogle. That's a heck of a title. I'll sleep in my hiding place. I think I'll return to a comfy bed. Oh look, amphitheaters are my daily hunt today. I'm not interested. All of my, like, drive has been obliterated by Ul'dah. I want to get into the dungeon and get this story resolved already. I'm already an hour overdue. I want to get this story resolved. I'm not even going to stop to do hunt targets. Can I get up there? Ah, darn. I knew I couldn't climb on those, but I was hoping I could at least clear it or something. How about here from the side? No, not down! Why are you shoving me down, game? Nope. Can't get up. Can't get up. Can't get up. Hey, guess what? We're gonna shove you down. Fuck off, game. The degree to which they'll just screw you like that. Like, nope, you're not climbing. You're never climbing. No, don't. No. You want up? Up? Up is not a direction. Up doesn't exist in this universe. Only down. Get shoved by invisible walls. Time to go home. Yes, it is. Shut up and leave so I can get my ether current already. I got, like, no patience left for you people right now. What do you mean, you people? Kupo? Yeah, what do you mean, you people, Kupo? Finally, we could go home. Skillful seeking in all my life. Sorry to make you find everyone. We usually don't hide this well. It'd be the first one we invite to our next game. Considering they could just make themselves invisible, I would hesitate to say they don't hide that well normally. Bye-bye. Ooh. Star Sapphires. Wonder if I could even get those from a zone that I have access to. Alright, here we go. Final bit of today. A banneret and it's generic? Oh my god. Like, this is not the time to have generic nameless characters in my party is against frickin' Nidhogg. They should have given me some named people. Like, let Alphino come along and send Lucia with us if we can't take, oh my god. How did I... What? Oh my god, brain. What is wrong with you? Emmerich. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with my brain? How did it fart itself to death on that name of all names? Oh, man. If we can't bring Emmerich, then, like, give us Lucia and let Alphino come along. Like, don't give us nameless, faceless nobodies. Especially for a Nidhogg fight. Oh yeah, this is one of those ones that does actually have kind of an annoyingly long cutscene at the beginning, isn't it? Hi. Yes, it is. It was a good thing I'm not subjecting other players to waiting for me to finish the cutscene. We ain't happy. Guess that's what happens when you use his own eye against him. He's like, how dare you? And we're in with our generic nobodies. What a waste, man. Our generic nameless nobodies. We're in. Alright, let's turn on some action music, shall we? Even though I only have, like, 4 songs on this list. But whatever. I need to find more action-y music. Guess I'll have to search around Spotify for some. Alright, let's do this. Actually, I should just sprint in between. I'm not the tank, after all. I should probably summon my fairy, too, shouldn't I? If I was gonna do it again, go in without even summoning my fairy. Where's our next group? Oh, they're a bit annoyingly far away. I'll wait. Bransoringar. You're doing great, Temple Knight. Doing great. Haven't had to heal him once yet, but it was a small pull anyway. We'll target this guy just because I'm the only one who's hitting the sprite. I should make sure he's my main target. Even though in theory I should be doing the same amount of damage to everyone, it still feels like I do more damage to my target. I wonder why that is. When you're AoEing, why does it feel like you're doing more damage to your target even when it's supposed to do the same, even on the AoEs that are actually supposed to do the same damage to every target? I wonder if maybe you can only crit hit the one you're target. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Crit and direct hits being target specific would make no sense. That'd be stupid. So I really hope that's not the case. Can I double pull here? No, the next set of enemies is a mile away, really. Nope. Don't see any treasure chests down here? No, so this is just a completely worthless platform. Got it. Closer, Temple Knight. Bring him closer. This enemy's not going to move, so make sure that biased is close enough.
Your guard is down.
Oh. Right, let's do this. Let's keep going. I don't really remember this boss. I'm thinking of a boss kind of like this, but I'm pretty sure that one's in Stormblood. I think that one might be the Kamaitachi I'm thinking about. So I don't think this boss has any of that stuff. No, actually, I think the one I'm thinking about might have been friggin' Midgard's armor in Omega. We'll see. Let's see what this idiot does. Wait, no. I'm back to my AoE being stronger than my single target. Electric Cachexia. Which is an in. Okay. Ionospheric Charge. Which is what? Okay. Oh, okay, yes, I do remember this one. You have to latch him onto the towers, otherwise he attacks you with a big attack or whatever. Yeah, okay. Now I remember this one. Electrocution? Okay, so that's line AoEs, so standing next to Estinian was a bad idea. Caxia's in. Ion charge, so he's going to tag someone. Wait, I should be getting rid of that heavy on the temple banneret. Oh, this enemy is called Rangda? Oh, that's interesting. Isn't that also what, in Shadowbringers, doesn't that dude call his, like, pet or summon or whatever you want to call it? Isn't that also Rangda? And it's also a serpent like this. On the first, I think that guy calls his pet Rangda. So where does the game think I should be now? 136. Okay. So in theory, I should have everything I need to craft the 54 sets after I get flying in this zone. Which will be good. I could craft some 54 sets for most of my classes. And I could also possibly replace any part of the Scholar that's not 54 yet with maybe a 54 piece. Oh, cool. I got hit by it anyway. You, stay there and heal them. While I pull others. Don't worry, I'm bringing them to you, Temple Knight.
Know your folly.
I like that you can still kind of double pull, at least. Maybe not wall to wall, but you can kind of double pull with, even in duty support, as long as you go out and get the extra pulls and bring them back. So you can speed up duty support a bit. It's not quite as good as running through with other players, but still, it's something. I can just give the Temple Knight some regen. On top of the fairy's, you know, natural regen. Which is effectively what it is, really. Just having the fairy out and it using Embrace is kind of like just having regen on all the time. For whoever happens to be the lowest health at any given time. Could probably pull them. They're close enough, but maybe not. Although broodlings are not that strong, so you stay here. I'll be right back. There we go. Now let's just sprint them back over here, shall we? You heal. There we go. Break out all the stop to sort of keep his health up a bit here. With a little regen, a little mitigation, and some lustrates. But at the end of the day, that's what they're for. If I'm not going to use them, why bother having a class that has them?
Know your folly.
There we go. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. It's not bad, these pulls so far. Hey, earrings of healing that I'm never going to use. Like, bracelets and like, I don't care. If it's not a main body piece, then I'm not going to be using it for glam either, so I don't really care. Like, these are just going to get hawked to my grand company. Yaskutis. Proximity Pyre. Oh, is it out then end? Oh, look, both of them tried to LB him at the same time. Oh, okay, no. This is going to explode. Okay, so my guess is this could be out or in, and you kind of have to figure it out, and those explode wherever they land. Okay. Got it. I mean, if you guys want to LB, this is the time. Go for it. Deafening Bellow just damages everyone. Got it. Inflammable Fumes is more of these clouds, right? Yeah. Okay, so now it's an in, and I think the safe spot's going to be over here somewhere. Yep, there it is. Oh, it was an in and an out. Okay. Knockback. I'm just going to ignore this one. Didn't even, like, bother to protect the Temple Knight from that. Like, that was a pretty low-ranked tank buster there. I figured he could handle it. So where are we going here? So it is an out, but that's getting kind of close. I think it's going to be over here to be safe. There we go. Deafening Bellow, that's everyone again.
Know your folly.
Inflammable Fumes. We're almost there. I'm just going to push him. It's going to be over here somewhere. Oh, but he's dead. So it doesn't matter. Tricorn, huh? It's of scouting, so it's not really of any use to me. Yeah, no use to me. Ew, looks terrible, too. Where's our next pull? Not here. Alright. Focus these guys then. So where are we going from there? There it is. Okay, more things are dropping in our way. Midsovengard. See if there's another one for me to pull around here anywhere. Yes, there is. An airy Diresaur. Oh. Oh, come on. I was out of the range of that claw. I moved a little late, I know, but, like, I should have been out of range of that claw by then. He's using those same movement patterns as the Giravagans do, so it's actually pretty easy to understand how to dodge most of his stuff, if you just pay attention. Another bracelet, that's gone to the Grand Company. Grand Company. Oh, let's just not. That looks like it might be a bit much up there.
Your guard is down.
Let's just wait on that one and we'll do it all together at once. Like, whatever this is, it looked like it was a little big. No, they're really just coming out like one at a time. Okay. Wyverns and Vibras. And of course, the Wyverns aren't very strong anyway, so who cares? Yeah, the Wyverns are, like, really weak, honestly, for this level. They're meant as, like, filler ads. Alright, let's do this, Nidhogg. Mapping the area. Well, he ain't happy we're here, that's for sure. Good luck trying to stop us, idiot. There used to be some interesting gimmicks with this fight. I'm not sure how many of those are still in play anymore, though. Eye is limiting Nidhogg's strength. Okay. So just in general, having the eye here makes him weaker, which is good. There's still some gimmicks to this, I believe. I don't know how many, though. So a lot of these things are from the same as from the fight that you get with him later. Sable Price, I think, is the gimmicky one. Yeah, there it is. The Sable Price you have to take out before he gets hit by it.
Know your folly.
bunch of little ads that aren't really all that dangerous. Or they're barely damaging us at all. Will it? Will it really? Whose rage is the greater? Stydian. I guess I can heal. We're just sitting here waiting for him anyway. Like, I may as well. Is this an inn? Oh, okay, that's what that is. Oh, everyone needed to drop their thing in the center, right? Okay, so we had, like, stacks there that we had to drop. Woo, we took that one right on the face. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Nidhogg. Oh, Stydian. Well, that didn't quite end as definitively as I would have liked, but whatever. Oh well. Roar of the Worm. Robe of Casting, huh? So what's the actual design of the armor here? Oh, it's that armor. Yeah, I do like that armor. A bit, but I'm not sure I'm really going to make use of it with this character. More music. Probably all just going to go to the Grand Company. But this should be about it. Nope. Now it'll be a little more definitive. Yeah, use his own eye against him. Like, he's really bad. Uh-huh. Oh well. I mean, it is what it is. Actually mentions the Dragoon storyline where he's like, why does it claim to you already?
No, Worm! This ends here!
No. Come on, Stydian. Oh, yeah, there goes his armor. Bye, Nidhogg. Never to be seen again. Bye-bye. What was that you were saying about your armor being dyed red?
You gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
Jesus, Stydian. Edgelord much? Oh, cool, we murdered a dragon. Time to unlock another crystal. I'm sure Midgard's will love this. And the echo too, yeah. Both of the eyes, yep.
They are ours, Lord Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain.
Alright, just changing some things.
We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
I mean, that's how it goes.
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
Yes, benevolent. That's the right word for any of you
Thank
idiots.
Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown.
Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
If only it could have been that, had that much fire in him before when his father was saying, let's eat a dragon's eyes.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldrath and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
Dude doesn't even have a name, so who cares? Obviously, yes.
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
I wonder if that's supposed to be the ancestor of, like, the guy who runs the Forgotten Knight.
We four, then.
Forton, Hylanat, Dirander, and Zemile. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
Let it stay empty.
We keep it empty.
What has a king
Until
ever
the day
done for
King
any
rises
country
once more,
ever?
We must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here upon the battlefield.
It's great how all of the knights knew how just fucked up everything they were doing was, but not one of them tried to actually convince the king not to do this.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded?
Nope, just drunk. That's all.
You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van.
Sure.
Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat.
Sure, except
Thus,
he had 2.
Did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt. Save on one point. If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull?
Yup. Good question. That is a huge freaking eye for this tiny little baby to be holding.
Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried.
Do you have to go talk to Racefelger first, or is this the end?
'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain
thanks.
return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
Alright then. I want to see. This the end? Or do we go back to Racefelger first? The stain of corruption pleases me not. Put to rest on his knees, forge my armor anew. Okay, that's the end. Free bird in the turning mists. And with everything else I had to go through today, I'm already at 4.5 hours. I am going to call it. Even though I'm kind of right on the cusp of one big cutscene, I'll go ahead and leave that for like the start of the next thing. Ah. There it goes. Alright. And that is where I will go ahead and call it for today. We will get the resolution of the storyline tomorrow and on to the next chapter. And if anyone is, you know, worried about, oh, why did you show the resolution of the storyline? I was so interested in that. Then, as I always say, in all things, blame Ul'dah. If they hadn't forced me to get a massive stop sign upside my head and completely destroy the narrative, dramatic flow of the storyline leading up to Nidhogg, maybe I'd have gone and talked to Hraesvelgr today instead of later. Alright, but that is where I'll go ahead and call it for today. Oh wait, maybe I should, Oh, I don't know that that will actually work. I need better lighting, I think. And I'll deal with it off stream, too. Alright. That's enough of that. Oh, that means I'm going to have to come all the way back out to the Eyrie to talk to him, which is going to be a little annoying. But I do have flight unlocked, so not as annoying as it could be. Yeah, let's just go. Time to go to sleep. And then me to go and find myself some food. And check on my family to make sure everyone's okay. It is just about time for me to probably make something for dinner and get nighttime medication sorted out for them. Always takes forever to load into these areas. All of these inhabited zones always take forever to load into, man. If so many other players didn't just stand around idling and dancing and doing nonsense all the time, wasting time in the server, maybe I could load some of these places. Wow, even the upper decks is taking forever here. You can go away. Alright. Done for the day.